Over the course of the next 500 days, we will be transforming this area into the next farming area in our Create Adventure world, where we've put a creative spin on traditional Minecraft farms, constructed moving vehicles with drivers, and even built a functioning combine harvester to harvest all the crops in our fields, managing to seamlessly hide a bunch of Create factories in the landscape, thus creating this beautiful contraption-filled farming area on our Create Adventure world. In the previous episode, we added one final build to the mesa area in the form of an andesite and a granite factory, which then feeds into our block warehouse where we create all the blocks we use the most. But now it's time to temporarily leave behind the mesa industrial area for the lush green fields over by the flower farm, so we can expand our farming industry. So back at main base, we do have this little farmer's house that we built in the start of the series, and in here you can see we've produced quite a lot of all of the items that we initially need for making meals, but the one component we do short is all the meat variants. So we do not have sheep, cows and pigs that we can turn into mutton and then from there process further into the farmer's delight variants, which would be chops and burger patties and stuff like that. So with that said, that's what I want to do. I want to try and at least automate one of the meals that I can go in, grab, put in my backpack and never worry about processing food again, because I have to come over here, I need to chop up the lettuce, I need to craft the bread, and that's the thing that I want to fully automate. We will also not get rid of the farm that's underneath this. No, we'll instead rip out all the crops we're going to move to the new farming area and replace these areas just with rice, because that way we can fill up on straw, and the straw we can use again to craft some fertilizer, which we might use in a future automation project. So with all that information, I think it's time we head on over to the new farming area and we start to do a little bit of planning. So I'm back in the farming area and it's time for us to do some planning. But before we do that, I want to mention that I'm going to take inspiration from Foxy No-Tail and add a working truck that's going to ride around on the farm from one point to another point, gathering up all the materials and taking it back to the barn itself. So to do that, we need to figure out where the road's going to go, because once we have the road, we can go ahead and dig the tunnels underneath that will accommodate the truck track running around the farm. So let's get planning on the road location. Also, as a little side note, I've updated my texture packs and I went for the enhanced savanna feel, because this feels a lot more like the savanna should with the color of the grass, and I'm loving it. But let me know down in the comments, what do you guys think? Standing here on my little makeshift platform, and I think this area is looking good so far. So we've got our road coming in from this area over there, where I want to do some form of port maybe in the future. But for now, the truck's going to go up this little road over here. It's going to go turn around this way. Over here, we'll have a big yard. And I think the barn will also maybe be in this area somewhere. And then from there, as soon as it's done its routes, offloaded or whatever, it can come down all the way around here, move around like this, and then just go all the way back. And in the future it will continue to the pier, but for now we're just going to have it run around in circles, which I think could look really, really nice. But before I can add the truck, I need to add the track, and before I can add the track, I need to dig out a tunnel underneath all these roads, and that's going to take time, which I might do on stream or between episodes. So the next thing I think we need to do is maybe just expand the road, make it a bit wider, and maybe just enclose the entire farm behind some fences. Couple of hours and a short build montage later, and we've got all the walls in, all the paths, and we even decorated the main path for now. So if we run down here, we split it into two tracks. So you basically got your tracks over here with the little path running, or the little dirt, overgrown dirt on the sides and in the middle. And we've got these little gates that go into different sections on the farm. And In general, it looks really, really cool. I also decorated just the front there so it looks nicer when you look into something. But I think this gives us quite a nice canvas to build the next parts on. And we're on top of the tower, and can I just say, this area already looks really cool. I love the roads, I love how the texture came along, and just the general shape and layout of it all. But to get back to the point, so I have ideas for these areas over here, and I think they're mainly going to be crops and stuff. And this area over here can be used maybe for animals. And then in this area, like mentioned earlier, I want to do a barn, but I'm thinking we should do barns, silos, and a bunch of stuff like that. And in this area over here, I want to do an old farmhouse. And how it's going to work is we're going to have different areas doing different things, but the farmhouse will be where we combine all the different things from this farm into its final product. The next thing I want to do is just grab all the animals in the area, because there were a lot more animals, but they seem to have disappeared as we terraformed this area. So before they completely disappear, I'm going to go grab a bunch, and we can just put them in temporary little pens in this area over here. And the sheep, so it's yoink, yoink, yoink. So we have our sheep. Over here we've got 2 pigs, so yoink number 1 and oink number 2. And there we have 2 pigs, cows, yoink, yoink, yoink. And there we have cows. And now we have 4 chickens. But my question is, can I fly with the chickens? Okay, let's try. I can actually fly with the chickens, and the only thing I'm worried about is the time it will take them to actually come down to land, because they do drop slower. That's fantastic. Okay, that's something cool. And there we go. Chickens. Now we've got all 4 of the major animal types together, and I will breed them up as we go along, and then we'll use them as soon as the time's ready. So I went ahead and I also modified this little area over here. I added some more dirt in this area. I expanded the back wall, so now we've got a wall running all the way around. And over here there was like a natural little path, so I just kept that in here. I might do a little arch over there. And then you can also go around this way back to this side. So we still need a wall in this area, but I think before I do that, I will first see what this crop plot looks like. But apart from that, I think everything is looking really good. And from way up here, it also looks really cool in that area, but I think it's time we put down some blocks and create ourselves a little structure. And the first build we're going to do is a barn. And to do that, I think we should all sit back and relax as we do a little build montage. And we're done with the time lapse, and to totally appreciate this build and what it looks like, there are 2 things we're going to do. First thing, we're going to start right here, and the second thing is we're going to turn on shaders. Okay, so now that we have those 2 things sorted, let's turn around and look. Oh man, that looks so good. Just imagine driving down this little road surrounded by crops and animals, and that's the view you see. I love it. Let's just cut over to this side, get a little view from this side. Oh, I love this build. Okay, I think this might be my newest favorite build out there, and the thing I love the most about it must be the hay and, well, these little stripes just make it look like a proper barn. This mangrove, chipped texture looks like actual IBR sheeting. The andesite pillars look like sheeting. Look at these. Look how cool these are. They look like little grids, but they're actually ladders and they don't need a back support, so you can still climb up. How cool are those? And then another thing I tried to do with this build that I wanted to do is have this little lip so it's not a solid block, and it actually goes around so you can see up there, but obviously nothing happens up there. It's just to articulate that little gap, and I do think this build came together so nice. We did add a little tree over here and a tree on the other side, and I added some grass underneath the tree because obviously stuff don't stand here, we don't have the truck standing here or whatever, so we're gonna have a bit of grass going over there. And in this area I think I have a build plan already, and then on this side I think we're gonna do the farmhouse in the end. But I mean, even just look at those gates, they look so nice. I mean, even from a little viewing point all the way up here, it looks so cool, and I'm excited. I can't wait to start filling these builds with Create Contraptions and just making this area a more functional farm. Then on the inside of this barn, we have these item crates over here. So we've got tomatoes, we've got onions, we've got carrots, potatoes, and cabbage. And we do need wheat. I think we can just use this. So I don't know if we should maybe try and integrate our storage drawers into this whole design. So we'll have like this one for tomatoes, that one for the wheat, this one for the cabbage, and we'll have potatoes up there, or even maybe down here. That could also work. We can do potatoes down there. We can do, say, carrots. I don't know, I'm overthinking this. We can do onions and we can do carrots or something. And I like that idea that we have it all in this area, and then we could just add additional little stacks or little storage piles to this as we expand the farm. But for now, they're not linked up. They're just sitting over here and they don't have anything in them. And they don't have anything in them because we don't have any crops. So what I think we should do next is maybe just look at outside and see where we're going to plant what, and we can just make a little note of that. So I had a little look around and I think I know more or less what needs to happen. As you can see, I already dug little water holes over here. This is just to make sure each and every block in this area gets some water. And this field over here, I think, needs to be the wheat field, because it's just going to look good if we have all the wheat over here. You drive down, you see the wheat, we've got the bales over there. But the main motivation is we've got this area over here where we can have the harvester that goes in, harvest everything, and then come back. But over here, I think it could look real nice if on this axis over here, we do a windmill in this area. So then you'll have a windmill over here. So you've got the harvester delivering the wheat goes into the windmill turns it into flour, and from over here we have the truck stop and then take all the wheat over to our storage in this area, which will be the farmhouse. So we're going to end up ripping out this storage over here and rather have all the wheat storage in that area, because I just think it will look better if we have harvester, windmill, transportation. So I think what we need to do is just hoe a bunch of land and plant some wheat seeds. So we got the 2 lanes planted, and I kept the center open because we still need to do some create stuff in the center to automate this completely. And it took roughly about 11.5 stacks of seeds per side. So that is quite a lot. And then what I also did is I ripped out the wheat on this side and changed this pile into, I think this is fertile soil, organic compost. I noticed I need one over there because it just makes a lot more sense that we keep the compost over here, seeing to we're going to process the wheat over there. And then I'm going to keep these because we do need a few bales, but this part I might rip out as well and add some of the other crates like beetroot and stuff like that we don't need in this area, or even do this on that side and add composting on this side, because it makes a lot more sense having the composting right there. But that is what we've done, and now we just need to wait for all of this to grow. And I am really excited about this project and all the potential it has. Okay, so I switched these two around. I put all the tomatoes on this side, and on this side I already have the rich soil, and I planted some mushrooms, and I'm loving this. I'm loving this. But I think we need to take a little bit of a break from this area at the moment, because there's two things I want to do. It's a supporter tunnel and then backpack storage. And what I mean by backpack storage is, take for example on Create Mod backpack. If I open it, we're filled to the brim, and we've even got stuff stockpiling in the crafting grid, which is quite a pain. So what I want to do is I want to upgrade this diamond backpack to a netherite backpack, because we don't have double stacks of anything, so adding another stack upgrade won't make a difference. So for that, we need to head down to the basement, and if we run down here, we make sure the washer and smelter is on. We've got 18 pieces of ancient debris, and if we chuck them in there, now we just wait, and we've got 18 netherite scrap, and we can use those netherite scraps and 4 gold to craft 4 pieces of netherite ingots. So that's a good start to that. But again, now we can just chuck all of that back in there, and then those two we'll put into this backpack over here, and we'll go mining for more netherite, because we have to for the supporter tunnel as well. But the next thing we need to do is we need to duplicate the smithing template. So for that, we're going to need diamonds, smithing template, and some netherrack. Okay, crafting table over here, and that's a simple recipe. We do that, we do those, and there we go. We've already made 1, 4, 8, and now we've got a total of 10, which I think is more than enough for now, because we're not even close to getting netherite gear. So now we're going to put down our smithing table. In there, we're going to pop our backpack, we're going to pop our netherite ingot, and we're going to pop our upgrade. And if we click this, it adds 1 more row. So it's not a lot, but that 1 row is going to make such a difference. And we also have 3 additional slots that I'm not sure if we're ever going to use them, but we have them for in case. So that's going to make a difference on that. And I've got 3 spare netherite ingots that I could use on potentially any one of these backpacks. But I would say that is it for now. That backpack was the biggest pain. So let's quickly sort out our inventory and head over to the subscriber tunnel. So we're over here at the supporter tunnel, and it's that time. It's that time to say thank you to some of our viewers, people who comment in the comments, who give feedback on videos, and who hang out on the Discord. And this week we've got 6 people that we want to say thank you to. So let's start. First up, Philip Sadale, Eddie T, Oliver SDE, MN Sweet, Be More Nice, and Minimax Media. As per usual, you know the drill. I might have butchered your name, and I do apologize for that. It's not my strongest point. But again, thank you for all of those people for supporting, commenting, and being part of the community. And if you want your name in this tunnel, then just mingle. So I'd also like to take this time to say that we figured out streams, and we currently started streaming on YouTube instead of Twitch, and the first Create Mod stream went really well. We were able to hang out, chat in real time, and we used that time to flatten the area and prepare it for this week's build. So streams are going to be a thing weekly, and if you want to be part of those, then remember to check out the Discord. They will be posted there on a schedule, as well as keep an eye on the community page, as I will post them there as well. So make sure you do not miss out on those if you want to see in between episode progress. And I know this episode has not been very create heavy, but we did do a lot of building and preparation work, and all this infrastructure is for all the create stuff that needs to happen in this area. So I hope in the next episode we can get some trucks in here, we can maybe get some harvesters, and we can start automating some of the food we need in the near future. But with that said, we ran out of time, so I do appreciate every single one of you being here. And again, thank you for all the support and the feedback. And also, we hit 7,000 subscribers, and that's all thanks to you. So take care, and remember, like, subscribe, and then I'll see you again soon. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we came back to the flower farm area where we started work on our new farming area. We did some decorations, planted some crops, and even build ourselves a big old barn with some silos where we will be storing some of our crops and adding some Create Contraptions. And in today's episode, we're finally going to do some automation, and the first thing we're going to do is take some inspiration from Foxy No Tails and add an actual functioning vehicle in this area that will be responsible for harvesting all of the crops that we will be planting in this area. So after a whole lot of planning and debating with myself of where and how I want to do the harvesting, I think I finally came up with an idea. And to show you all, what I'm thinking is we'll have a harvester in this general area over here. So that's where it will be standing when it's not running. And then once a day, I wanted to depart from there, go into this field and harvest that area, come back and harvest this area. And from here, it should go past. And then it should harvest a line over here and do a little turn over there. And then come through this area and harvest this area as well. But the way I want to do it is I want to make it harvest so it only harvests the internal part of it, so we might have 1 or 2 rows of crops on the edge of each, just so it always looks like we have crops in the area. And the same over there, so we're going to have it harvest more of the middle part and just keep the outer edges fully grown. But before we can do any of that and before we can start planning our harvester, I think we need to go dig the tunnels where the tracks are going to be. So I'm over here at the starting location, and I think this marks the center point of the harvester. So we know it's going to have to run that way and this way, and I'm going to make it a total of 11 wide. So we'll have the center point, and then let's just quickly get our shovel out. So if that's a center, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's how wide it's going to be in total. So it's going to be 11 like that. And now we can see we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4 crops on this side that will not be affected. And the reason for that is because this doesn't line up. So if we wanted to ride into that, we'll have to move it up. So we might only do a single lane of crops this way, but it's fine because now I'm thinking we can maybe do wheat over here, wheat over there, and all the other general crops in that area. But before we can continue, I think we need to make sure all the openings and everything is the right width, just to ensure that it's smooth sailing. So all of this we're going to rip out, and I think I'm going to make it a bit wider at the back, so we actually line up with this wall over here, and then we can have this wall run through, and we'll just take that through all the way to there. And then I'm also going to go ahead and say open all of these, because for example, we know that it needs to go through here, so we'll have 1 over here, and then we need to go 5 on either side. And then also I just need to plan that same width, but that we'll do once we have the tunnels in. Okay, so I brought in the edges over here, and I opened up this space, and I also opened up entrances like this one, and I indicated how wide the contraption is, and I did the same over there and over there. And then that hole over there just symbolizes the center of that line. And then on this side I did exactly the same, but I also went ahead and dug out these tunnels that will house our tracks. This might look a bit narrow, but that's not going to be a problem because we're basically just going to have the track running here, and it's not going to make that big a difference. But if we go on back up, way up here, we've got this running all the way around and all the way to this as well. So I think the next thing I need to do is just take the tracks and just make sure that whatever we do underground will work above ground. So I guess I'm going to become Moldio and lay a few tracks. And my shirt is still ripped. I need to fix that. So I'm done laying tracks, and I think it's going to work. I did change a bit of the things that I wanted to do, but let me go show you underneath. So if we hop on down here, okay, wait, before we go down, so how this is going to work, it's going to come from there, it's going to go right like this, and it's going to take a turn, and then it's going to harvest this line, and then it's going to turn back and harvest this line. I've left enough space in between. You can see I took out crops. There will be like a little dirt road that runs straight through, and on that side it will have 3 rows of wheat that will never be harvested, just so it looks nice on the approach. But let's just head on down here. And this is the track. As you can see, it's also not going to harvest some in this corner because we had to do some funky turning over here to make this turn work. Then over here, if we just hop on out, this is just a normal straight track. So it's going to stop over here, and then it's going to harvest a bunch of crops in this area. So it's not a very long area. It might be from there to there. So I'm not sure if I might do more wheat rather in this area than making that wheat as well, because I'm scared otherwise we have way too much wheat. Then the old idea was for it to go over there, make a turn, and then come back this way. But I decided to rather opt for a straight track that just turns into that area, which I'm not hating, because now this little block in front we can use for a little project in the future that the people on the Discord might know of. So that's a shameless little plug. Go check out the Discord. We do discuss the projects over here and discuss past episodes. So link in the description. But then to continue our little adventure, as soon as it turns this way, it's going to cross this road. And from here, it will take a turn. Well, it can go either way, but I think I'm going to make a turn this way first. Run all the way up there, make a turn, and then head on all the way back. So here you can see the 2 lanes. So it's going to harvest quite a lot. And then from there, it will just go back this way. And again, we're leaving this little spot open, which I'm not sure what I'm going to do there yet. But let's jump down here and just see. So it's quite straightforward. Just a basic track like that. So nothing too fancy. But now that we have the track in place, I think it's time for us to build the harvester. And I spent quite a few hours designing this thing, getting things ready. And I've got a little schematic loaded up. So I think we should block down all our machines, our contraptions, our cannons, and load all the materials in there and see if we can get the schematic going. And we have the schematic loaded. We've got the materials gathered. And it's time for a really quick build montage, so enjoy. So there was a little bit of a hiccup with the schematic cannon, so there was not a lot of block placing via the cannon, but nonetheless we did do the build. There was a little bit of build montage, and I am loving this combine harvester. I mean, just look at that. Just look at it. I don't know. It's not your typical, I don't think it's the best one out there that you can find, but I built this all myself. I googled a few reference images of what combine harvesters look like. And yeah, I love it. I'm seriously loving it. And we've got all our harvesters, we've got all our parts connected, and it should work. Hopefully should work. But the only way we can find out if it works is by placing a few stations. So we're going to do a bunch of stations, and they're going to be in the following locations. So right over here, we'll have our depot station. This is where the combine harvester will stop and it will drop off its stock. Then I am going to add a station right in that area. That's just so we can tell this truck to head on this way, harvest all of that and come back. And then we're going to do a second one on maybe over here somewhere, and then it will just normally continue all the way around and back to this location. So with that said, I think we should quickly get the stations in, and then we can see to planning a schedule. And the first station will be the depot. So if we jump down here, we know this is where it needs to connect. So if we go from there one forward and to the side, let's put it down over there, we can place the first one, and we'll call that depot. And we're going to finish that for now. And then the second station will be after it comes through here. So we need to get it to come from there all the way over here. So right over here, we can click and we can just do that. And we can call this grain fields. And that's another station. And the last one is this little field over here. So if we jump on down, I think we can just put it anywhere, because it doesn't really matter if it starts by coming this way around or that way around. So this one we can just call fields general. So now that we've got our 3 stations in, we can start by setting up a schedule. So I've got my schedule in hand, so let's open it up. And we're going to say add action. And the first action I want to add is limit max speed. And we're going to bring this down all the way to 10%. We're going to start on 10%, and then we'll see if we have to go higher or lower. But I think that's a good starting point. Then the next one we're going to do is we're going to change this. We're going to say travel to station. We're going to call it depot. And we say yes. And then we're going to click on await. We're going to say it's only allowed to leave the station when station is powered. Then the next one we're going to add, we're going to say travel station. We're going to make it grain fields. And we're going to change the weight there, the waiting time to 0, because we actually just want it to pass through. We don't want it to stop there. And then we're going to add one more, and that's going to be travel station. We're going to make it fields general. And it's also going to be a total of no seconds. And that's going to be it. That is the schedule, as simple as that. And now what we need to do is attach this whole contraption to a bogie and see if we can find ourselves a train driver. So underneath the harvester, we're just going to come to this point and we're just going to extend this line down. And I'm going to rip out these little blocks on these 3 sides quickly. And then we're going to right click our train station, create new train. And now if we hold down Alt, we can pick whatever we want. It's a narrow track. I'm just going to go for, I think, this one. We're going to click it. And now we can just bring the glass down. We're going to grab our super glue and we're just going to glue from here and go up and glue till we reach this point. And now that is all connected. So if we were to go here and say assemble train and finish it, we should have a working train now. So if we look over here, yeah, we've got some controls and this is a train now. And our last thing is a driver. And I don't know if there's anything around. If we take a little look, there's a pig. There's a pig over there. So I'm going to grab a lead and get this pig into this harvester. Come, Mr. Pig. Come on, come on. So let's drag him over to the harvester. I don't think we need to get him right next to it. I should just be able to right click. There we go. We've got him in the harvester at the moment. And I should be able to give him the schedule. There we go. So now the train is following a track, but you might notice it's not moving at all. And that's because, remember, we set this station, or we set a schedule for the train to only leave the station when it receives a redstone signal. And I'll explain why. I don't want this contraption to ride around every day, the whole day, all the day. No, instead, what I want to do is I'm going to link it up to a daylight sensor, and as soon as the sensor activates, it's going to trigger and the harvester is going to go and do 1 single round per day, which I think is more than enough. And then as soon as it's done, it will come stop here, it will offload the goods, and it'll wait for the following day. So to do that, we're going to put down a repeater for now, some redstone, and a button. And if I push this button, it'll power, and off goes the harvester. It's going to harvest everything in a way now, but let's just see. It turns. It's not the smoothest of turns, but that's okay. Okay, we might have to remove a single fence over there, but that is so cool looking. Let's put on shaders. So it misses a few spots, which I'm not too concerned about. It turns again. Okay, it stopped for a brief moment. So this corner won't be harvested, which is okay. Then it's going to make a turn, and like mentioned, it will have 3 rows of wheat on the front, just so it looks better from the road. This is excellent. I might actually do a tree in this corner. That turns a bit sharp, I think, but in general, I kind of like the build. It's also going to go pasture. I don't think it's going to... No, it didn't stop at all. And it's working. It's working. I don't know if we can see how many things it harvested. We can. 921 wheat just from that little field over there. Wow. Okay, so it goes past. It goes past there smoothly. It turns. So we should be able to start the first field in line with that. I do know that's clipping a bit, but it's more the bushes. It's not clipping the fences, so I'm not too bothered about that. I don't know if it's going to do anything to these things. Okay, no, it's just going through it. But that's fantastic. So if we wait long enough, it's going to do its route, and it should stop right over here. And here comes the harvester. And there it stops. that is by far the coolest thing I have ever built, and I'm loving it, and I'm so grateful for seeing that video where Foxy did this. It's fantastic. Foxy, if you ever watch this, thank you so much. But now let's get to planning on the depot area and the fields. So now that we've got the harvester in, we can start looking at where the rest of the crops are. And we've got a total of 6 other crops I want to grow in this area, which is lettuce, potatoes, beetroot, carrots, tomatoes, and onions. We might grow some in a bigger yield than others, but that's all good. So like mentioned, we said we can do our first crop in this general area, and I know we can do the whole length of everything, but I do think we should maybe leave one gap. So we'll have the first crop start over here, and then we can run it all the way through to the other side, which is there, but maybe we do it over there. Then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 times 3. So that's 60 plots of lettuce growing. So I'm quickly going to see how much we can fit in if we do only do it by 3s, or maybe I should do it in increments of 5 from the get-go. Let me quickly see. So we've managed to put all of them in increments of 5. So we've got lettuce, and we've got three gaps in between, and it goes all the way over here. And over here we've got a bit of a bigger gap just because we have this little entrance, so you can actually walk down. And then on this little one, we're going to do carrots that will line up over here with this, and that should be enough to passively make food. Again, we do not need a lot of these items. It's more just about automating them and having some food and some stuff on demand. So I'm quickly going to dig all the holes, put in all the organic compost, and then we'll take it from there. So as you all can see, a bunch of plots have been made and a lot of changes as well. We've added 2 new trees to this area. We did a little temporary storage over there. And if we walk on down here, I went ahead and put in rich soil for all these crops so they'll grow a bit faster. So we've got all our cabbage, I've been saying lettuce, but all our cabbage, onions, potatoes, tomatoes, beetroot and carrots. And I do know these crops don't traditionally always get harvested by a combine harvester, but that's what we're going to do. If it does look a bit wonk and if I do decide to change it, I will do something about it. But for now, I can't really care because that thing's cool and I love to see it work. But the next thing I want to do is just run over here, just show. So we did a little fence over here and we enclosed this area. So over here I might do something as well, I'm not really sure yet. And then I did fix up this area, add a little pathway in here. It's really hard, we can't texturize this path with a lot of plants. This one we might be able to do, but the ones over there we can't because this big thing will harvest everything. I also went ahead and flipped the little portable interface so it faces upwards, and this is just a temporary little solution. It's going to deposit the items, it's just going to fall down, and it's going to end up in this storage area over here. And the reason for that being is I'm running out of time, so I would like to let this thing run and see what it gets up to, how much it harvests before we end this video. So let's quickly do that. Also, a little side note, I've turned this into dirt. I haven't added fields to this area yet because I feel like I first need to do this building before I do anything over here. So this is just temporarily textured. So for now, I need to head on down over here real quick again because I did turn this into assembly mode. So we're just going to say assemble, and if we then go up over here, we can push this button and it should go. So let's do that. It does. It's currently depositing because it has items in inventory. So let's just do this. Items should fall out, and let's just grab some of that. And we can now just put all of these items into units over there. This might fill up really, really quick. Okay, I think it's because it was full, it didn't empty. So now I can push the button. So I'm a bit of a noob. The train didn't go because I somehow took the schedule. So let's try this again. We'll give old Oinka over here the schedule. And if I push this button, do you go now? There it goes. So it's going to harvest all the... What the heck? The speed's been changed. I know. Well, whatever happened, it's back to normal again. There it goes again. That is way too fast. Okay, we need to check that schedule, but apparently it's working. There it goes slow again. Is it going to speed up again now? No, now it's slow again. Okay, I'm not really sure what's going on. Mr. Oinker has been a bit of a speed demon. Okay, so it's also going to remove all of that, so we know about that now. But let's see if it gets back to the storage area, what we got from this little round trip. Okay, so let's quickly see what the schedule says, because that's really weird. 10%. Should I add that between each and every one of the stops? It didn't need that in the creative world. Okay, we'll just test it again with a follow with the next run. But yeah, you guys can see we've made quite a lot of potatoes, carrot, wheat is from the previous round. These we've also made a lot more onions than any of the others. Beetroot's not that much. These are all the seeds we made, so there are quite a few slots. I need to give a slot to rotten tomatoes and potatoes, and that is mainly it. So now we can just wait for everything to grow again. I think there's enough of everything. So let's push the button and see what happens. Okay, it's going slow now, so I'm not really sure why it raced off on the first round, but it's working now. We do have a lot of patches not getting harvested, but I really don't mind because I think it's still very efficient. But yeah, it's working, and we've got a working harvester. I just wish there was a way to make the wheels turn as well, but I cannot complain. I am loving this addition to this farming area, and I cannot wait to add an additional vehicle or two. That will sadly have to be it for this episode. It's been a really fun one, and the thing that took the longest to do was this harvester at the back. I've never built any form of vehicle before, and I think this one came together very, very cool. I like it, and it might not be a John Deere. We might have to call it something else, like Oh Dear, because I don't know if it's good. But anyway, let me know in the comments a name for this harvester. Do we just call it a combine harvester, or will we give it a specific name? Let me know suggestions down in the comments. And also remember, go check out the Discord, and if you haven't done so yet, remember, like, subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we built this combine harvester and hired Dave the pig, who harvests all of this wheat and all the new crops planted in this area. We, however, found out that Dave the pig has a problem with speeding and drifting. So in this episode, we will be fixing Dave's little problem, adding some form of garage for our combine harvester, and even look into processing some of these items. It's wheat, mainly wheat. So thanks to a lot of comments in last week's video, we have quite a few suggestions to help Dave with his problem. And I have to admit, a lot of you people actually came up for Dave and said, well, how is Dave supposed to drive nicely with such blocky tires? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to switch out those tires and get them a bit smoothed out. So first thing we need to do is head on down here and click disassemble train, and now we're just going to head up here, and the suggestion was that we should maybe take these out, because basically how will Dave ever be able to drive the combine harvester perfectly if the tires aren't perfect? So we're going to go around and change these, and also change the corners on these. And there we go, that's a lot better. Rounded tires, so Dave should be drifting maybe a little bit less. Savage Key 13, thank you for this comment, I appreciate it. The second recommendation was to change the bogey location, because currently we have it at the front, so it does turn or pivot from that point, and the suggestion to move it to the center or to give this combine harvester 2 bogeys was not only given by 1 but 3 people. So thank you for Withered Golem, Viz Sovereign, and Juko the 10 Tails. So let's quickly add a bogey to the center. So we know it's 11 blocks, so if we go in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this one should be the center. So right behind this wheel, right in line over here, we need to do the new bogey. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my station right there, because it's usually 1 to the front. And just like that, because let's see, this one's 1 to the front and we build there. So now that we have the station here, it's 1 in front of that block. We need to go over here and we're going to take the schedule, because that came from the pig up there, and we're going to grab this bogey and we're going to say cancel assembly. So now this should not be a train. We're going to keep that station, but now we're going to head on over here, say create new train, and we're going to say Alt to get our wheels selected. Place those down, and now we can glue all of this up like so. We can rip this out. We can also remove the glue on this, so we can rather glue all of that up. And if we go on all the way up here, we can just link it in there. And then this one, we can also just rip out that glue and rip out that glue, because we don't need it anymore. And we can take out this glass. So let me get all of that sorted. And now if we say assemble, it should be a train again. So let's quickly go up and see. And we're just gonna take it and park it in front. Okay, so what I noticed, it did work and it changed, but we need to re-glue this harvester to, well, the harvesting part to the combine harvester. So let me quickly do that. So now the combine harvester is glued up and it's all moving as one, but we need to change the stations. For the station in front here used to be depot, but if it's going to stop here now, the harvester is going to stand in the road. So we need to remove this station and delete it and call this one depot and just change everything up. So that's basically just going to be us taking this name. I'm just going to copy that. And we're just going to mine that up. And then this one we're going to change back to depot. But instead of doing redstone again, what we can do is rip this out. And then we can take the schedule. We're going to say it's still depot. And what we're going to do is, instead of saying station powered, we're going to change it to time of day. And we're going to say, let's make it at 9 in the morning, maybe. Yeah, I think 9's a good time. And we're going to do it every day. So now every day at 9 o'clock, the train will leave and do its little round. So now it will only go once a day at 9 in the morning. And we do not need a daylight sensor to tell it to go anymore. So we'll see how that goes. We will change it up and play around with the time a bit. But thank you, Daniel M, for giving that suggestion. I appreciate it a lot. So let's get the combine parked, clean up this area and sleep and see if we can get it to go. And we're off, and Dave is still racing for some reason. Not really sure why, but what I did notice is it seems a bit smoother, and there Dave races again. Yeah, so the turns are a lot smoother and it looks a lot better. So I don't know if I'm going to go for the second bogey route, but I do need to figure out why Dave is racing. Because that's the thing, he races this whole track, and in this part he drives super duper slow. Another thing I noticed is a lot of the carrots don't get harvested, so I might have to look into that as well. But with that said, I think we already made a lot of improvements in regards to Dave, and I am sure he's going to start behaving real soon, apart from the occasional speeding ticket. I would also like to thank Moon for recommending Dave to us as a driver, because if he didn't make that recommendation, who knows who would have driven this combine harvester. So Moon, thanks again for recommending Dave. Well, I've managed to fix the last of Dave's schedule, and he's keeping to the speed limit, which is fantastic. And the new wheels, They look really cool. And we did some planning. Let me show you what it's all about. So the idea is in front of here, marked by the red terracotta, we'll have the depot area. So over here, our combine harvester will stop and it will deposit the items into the mill. Yes, a mill. And how I'm going to do that is this orange build will be the mill. So I'm thinking of doing a long type of build that runs all the way to the back over here. And in here we can have some vats containing the processed materials. And on the side we can even do maybe some more silos over here. And then in the middle we'll have like a little passage. We'll cover it with a small roof, so it will be like a flat roof. And then that will lead into these two bays over here, which I'm thinking of doing 2 parking spots. And in this parking spot we'll later on use for a vehicle, which will be parked over here, and it will ride on all the way over here and take the items to the next destination. So that's the general idea. And for this idea, I am actually looking at a building that is in my hometown, and it's called the Snowflake Flour Mill. And it's not going to be exactly the same. I'll see if I can pop an image on the screen. But the idea is there. We will have an offloading area, we'll have our processing areas, and then even the area where the vehicles stop. But to do that, we need to go and gather a bunch of blocks. So I'm going to see what I have, and I'll just put it in the bag. And if I need to go mine something, I'll be sure to show it. But let's do that. And we have this whole area cleared up. We've got the schematic cannon loaded. And once that's done, we're going to go ahead and place some manual blocks as well. But while we do that, it's time for you all to sit back and enjoy a little build montage. And we're done. So let's take a little look at this build. Yeah, I kind of like it. I like it a lot. It needs a bit more trees and stuff happening in the background, and also it looks a bit empty because the combine harvester is not in the way. But in general, it will stop right over here, and then we'll have something standing here most of the day. This little garage lines up, so I want to do another little vehicle in this area in the near future. And then we just have a secondary garage that I might just fill with junk, or another vehicle that's just permanently standing still. But if we run on over here, we've got this little area that's offloading. I did hide it behind a wall because it's not always pretty behind these things, so I did hide it behind this wall. And then over here, I incorporated the portable interface right over there, and that just drops into this little, almost want to call it a grid, and the items fall onto a conveyor belt that makes its way up into the build, and it goes into this little storage thing if you want. But if we go on to the inside of the build, and again, I think it looks really cool. But that just runs into these little chutes, and I just did this detail because I think it looked cool. It doesn't need to be like that at all. But this will then come down, and from here we'll send it over on a belt. And from this belt we will take the items that does not have to get mold, and we'll store them, say maybe on this side, and then the wheat will continue through, and that will become processed into flour. And then we might also do an area for seeds and stuff like that. So I'm gonna go grab a bit of Create components, and I'll be right back. So the first thing we need to do is just do this area over here, and we know for a fact that items will be coming from the belt, falling down and landing up on this spot over here. But then we want to go ahead and we want to take it over this way, and the reason for that is we're gonna leave it to pick up on this side, and from here we'll split it up, adding additional belts, so we will end up splitting the wheat into multiple tracks for processing. So the first thing I need to do is I think we need to add a point where items get picked up, and we can do it right over here. I'm just going to put a crafting table as temporary little place. We're going to do our little drawer slave controller there, add ourselves a brass funnel pointing in, and on this list we did wheat and it's on a deny list. So this funnel should pick up everything except for wheat. Then the wheat will continue down this line, and I think we need to expand this one back like this. Then we can do tunnels. We can add our tunnels right over here, and we're just going to leave them to distribution method split. That's perfect. And then right here at the end, we need to collect the items again. So I think if we do another draw controller over there with just a normal andesite funnel running into that, we should be fine. But then also we need to add the mills to this contraption. And then we need to merge it all back onto one line again. Okay, I think I've figured out something, so I'm going to have to rip some of this out and I'll bring you right back. So currently the system does not look like much, but I did change it up so we have these items falling down and just going straight through into the storage. And we will have everything running around along this line, even the wheat and the seeds. And then what will happen is once it's in the system, it will go to a drawer with wheat in it, but it will also get then dispensed by this little funnel over here that will run along this belt and get picked up by the mills, and the mills will grind it down to flour, and the flour and seed will just go back into this again. I already also connected it all with drawers. So this is where we will have some of the storage, and I think I might just continue the storage on this side. I'll see how it goes. But also we added power. So if I were to just do this, we have all the millstones going. And then if we add a gearbox, what does this do? These turn the wrong way. So we need to technically remove this one, do this one over there, and do this one over here like this. And now if we connect this, all of it's running the right way. So now what's left to do is sort out the drawers, get them into place, and just make this thing behind me look a bit prettier. So I've sorted out this contraption, I filled in some of the details, made it look a lot better, and I actually think it looks nice. And I also went ahead and added all the drawers. So in theory, if we take this wheat drawer and we plonk it down over there, wheat goes out, wheat goes in, and flour also gets picked up. Now flour is not going into the system because we don't have a drawer for flour, so we're just going to do that. And if we put that there, flour should also make its way into the system. And now we can just lock the drawer and give it a quantify key, and we should see everything working perfectly. So will that be fast enough? I'm kind of worried that this is maybe running a bit too fast, and even when we have other items come in, it's going to get clogged. So we might have to adjust the speed a little bit just to make it work. Oh, and I didn't even show this. Down here, we just dug out a hole. There was a natural water source here, so we just made it a little water wheel system for now until we can get some steam power going in this area. So now it's a little bit slower, and it should work a little bit better. So we have it. So we're making wheat, and we have all the items over here in this little storage. I'm going to remove all the upgrade slots. This will be a temporary little storage. As from here, we will transport the stuff over to its final destination. But for now, I think it's looking good. I might add an additional silo or vat or something in here because it is quite a big build, but I'll think about it. So I ended up modifying it one more time because this belt wasn't powered. So all I did was move this up a bit, added a few more gearboxes, got it all powered. This one needs to get covered with some andesite casing, so let's just do that. And then I'm just chucking one in there because that's just going to be a placeholder for that, so items won't go past if this should clog up. But all of this is working now. Flour's getting put in. We already had to put in upgrades to this, and I added a void upgrade. But it all should be fine. All of this is also powered and going. And the only thing left for us to do is actually start this machine and see if it works. So I'm going to give the schedule back to Dave. There he goes. And as soon as we sleep, this machine should go. And then we'll do a little view of it and see also if it delivers items and if all of those items make its way into the storage. So I'll see you once I took a little nap. And off Dave goes. And as you saw in that clip, it works. It all works really well. Dave does his job pretty decently, and we do have a few things we need to sort out, like some of the carrots that don't get harvested. But in general, everything is working according to plan. But a few other things we've changed during that little clip was I added this little field over here. So now we have items, now we have wheat growing in this area. I did mess up the little patch of dirt around here a bit. I added some more bushes and leaves and stuff. Added a bunch of crates with some produce to get dispatched. So in general, I think it looks really nice. I am still contemplating doing some form of a vat or tank in here. But I will see. I first need to think about that a bit more. But I think it's that time. I think it's time for us to head on over to the appreciation tunnel. Time for us to say thank you to every single person that contributes to this video, be it in the comments, be it over on the Discord, or be it over in the streams. I do appreciate it. So the first person we want to say thank you to is Juko the Tentails, Peculiarly Lost, and Savage Ski. There are many more that I need to say thank you to, but we ran out of Ancient Breeze, so we might go do that in a stream in the coming week. But if you want your name in this tunnel and show your support, then remember, just comment, be part of the community, be it in the comments, be it on the Discord, and then who knows, maybe soon you find yourself here. But it's sadly that time of the video where I have to say goodbye. I mean, it's been such a fun-packed episode, and we created a really, really nice addition to this area, and we sorted a lot of the issues we had with our new employee, Dave. But till next time, I hope you enjoyed it, and do remember, like, subscribe, hit the notification button, and let me know in the comments, what do you think of this build, and what do you think of the changes? And I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we sorted Dave's speeding problem, and we built ourselves some garages and a mall that we send all our crops into. In here, we then not only store our crops and our seeds, but we also turn wheat into flour that we can use in future projects. But in this week's episode, I want to solve a problem where we do not harvest all the carrots and tackle the animal part of this farm so we can start breeding animals and getting all the meat byproducts from these animals. So as you can see, the harvester just swept through this area, and we've got a bit of carrots over here that's not harvested at all. But what I did is I did take some time and planned it a bit. We can actually fit in 3 lines running in this direction. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, leave a 2 gap, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and another 2 gap, we actually have space for another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 line. So we can have 3 running this way, and if we do them a little bit shorter and only 18 long, we can have it so that they all stop here, and we have all 6 these crops in this little area over here. Which means we can do something else in this whole area. Maybe can turn all of this into a farm and not just this part, but also we can still turn that into a farm as well. So I think the first thing we need to do is rip out all of this and get this sorted so we can have all the crops in this single area. And we've got all the crops in and everything in these single lines. And if we look now, the combine harvester should go ahead and harvest all these items and even all the carrots, because this was the big one we were missing out on. So if it turns in front here, you can see I thought of doing a farm here, but I remembered it turned here, so I just left this as all messed up. But if it turns, it should gather those 3 lines and all of this. There we go. So the big carrot harvesting problem has been solved. And now we can head towards the next project. So the next area I want to tackle is this area over here. And I did a bit of planning in regards to positioning of structures and so forth. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all the animals into this area over here. And I have a build on this side where we process said animals into their meat products. So the first thing I'm going to do is remove all the chickens and get them out of the way, and then we can build the pens on this side, and once the pens are in, we can move those animals over before we start on that side. So I'm just quickly going to make the chickens disappear. Lucky for us, that didn't take any effort at all because the chickens decided to migrate for the winter. So the next thing we need to do is maybe just prepare this area. So I'm going to rip out this fence, rip out all this dirt because we have to replace it with some texture dirt, and just dig a few holes and spaces where we're going to have some contraptions. So we've got this area cleared out, and like I mentioned, this little level over here will just be where we replace the dirt so we have a bit of a texture. And then we have these little cells. Now each of these cells will in theory house one of the main mobs that we use for making food. So be it pig, cow, sheep, or chicken. Chicken will however not be included in this area because I think we have a farm, so we have a unique opportunity to make a working chicken coop in the future. So no chicken in this area. In this area, right about here, we're going to do something like this. These are just temporary little blocks. And then from here, we'll have like an iron bar, and then we'll have trapdoors like so. And then on these trapdoors right over here, we will do glass blocks, and then another layer running over these like so. And now we can rip out these. An idea is we will have, oh, that one's wrong. An idea is we will have cows or sheep in this area, or pigs, and they will not be able to go down because they're taller than one block, except for pigs, but I'll explain that just now. And when we breed them via deployer that will be in this area, they will have babies, and the babies will get pushed down because they're only one block high and they'll fall through. Pigs, however, we're going to change, and that's why these trapdoors are here. We're going to be doing this for the pigs because they are not able to pass through that little gap. So that's the reason for this design. So even though I was able to figure out this part of the design, it was not the final part. You see, from here we need to be able to have the animals fall down, grow up, and once they're grown up, they had to go somewhere, or we had to signal the contraption to kill it. But see, that's the part I struggled with. But I recently watched a video by Throwlash himself, and while I was watching it, I noticed a little animal farm in the background of his video. So I went to that video, I looked at what he did, and Throwlash, you're a lifesaver. So a little bit of tinkering, building and modifying, and I think everything works. We have the belts going the right direction. We have power coming up over here where the ployers will be, and they will be feeding the animals. And this, for example, is the cows one. So exactly like Throwlash did it, I had to modify it a bit due to height and stuff, but the baby cows will stand here, and once they grow up, they'll bob up, and then they fall down here, and over here they'll fall on some mechanical saws. And exactly the same thing with the sheep. The pigs, on the other hand, however, because they are a bit lower than a whole block, what I had to do is I had to place a little slab over here, and hopefully if they grow up they'll go into the water and land over here. But that we'll only know if we start testing it. So what I'm going to do next is just get some of the animals into those little breeding pens, and then we'll see if we can breed a bunch up in there before we change it so they fall down. So now we have 2 animals in each of these pens, and I did change my mind. I'm just going to start with 2, and then these I'll continue to breed up once we've created the pens over here, and we'll just slowly add them to the group. But now to see if this works, what we're going to do is we're going to shift click to place a deployer right over there. We're going to add a filter that says wheat over here, add a chute on top, and on top of that we'll add our drawer, and in that drawer we will put in our stack of wheat, and that will slowly feed in there. The cows will get fed, they should have a baby, and the baby falls off. And now this is all very slow. I will speed it up, but the baby will constantly trying to get back to mommy and daddy. But if it's fast, it will push it forward a lot faster. And as soon as it grows up, it will go up the water stream, down into this area where it will get killed over there. So I've added the whole deployer and the feeding mechanism to all of these cages. And let's see. There goes a baby sheep. So we've got a baby sheep, and we already have a baby pig in here, which means it's working. So we have animals being bred and we have animals falling into their little pens. So the next thing we need to do is we need to add the mechanical saws over here. These mechanical saws, however, will not be able to pick up the items and put them into a storage system. So we're going to have to do a little workaround, and we're going to make use of backpacks and a magnet upgrade that will pick up the items, put it in a backpack, and from the backpack we'll transfer it via a chute into a drawer slave, which will then run it all into the big storage system. Armed with that knowledge, let's quickly make those changes. And that baby cow over there should be turning into a full-grown cow. An adult goes up, goes over, falls in, dies, and if we open up down here, we've got raw beef. So the system works, and that is really good news. Now all we need to do now is get this place looking a lot better. Then we've got a working animal breeder and harvester. So I've done a little planning in the creative world, and I've created the cutest little barn or animal shelters that will go over each of these little animal breeders. So I'm going to gather up the resources, load up the schematic cannon, and we're going to build the little shelters and also platform for another build we need to get to. So sit back and enjoy. And just like that, we've got a bunch of new buildings built up, and I really like the way it came together. So if we walk down this little road, we have our little road, we've got our bushes. On this side, I disguised all these little animal farms like this. So this one, we'll maybe take some of these cows out, but I did put a bunch of them down there. So we've got a bunch of cows breeding. Sheep, we only have 2 in there, and the same with the pigs for now. I will add these into these little breeders off camera, because it's really a boring task, so I don't want to bore you guys with that. Then over here I did a little yard, and this yard will have like food, so we'll have potatoes and we've got wheat, and this is what we will give to the animals to eat, for example. And we also have rich soil in the corner, just to illustrate, I think, manure. Yeah. But over here, I will close this up. This is where we go downstairs. We've got everything down here. And currently, nothing is being killed, which is fine. But if we open these trapdoors, here we can see what we've gotten. So I'm just going to grab some of this. So this is our beef one. And over here, we'll have our mutton. And for this, we're going to get some wool as well, mainly from the 2 colors we have, and some mutton. And then occasionally, it will make these conductor caps, and I will just dispose of those. And here by the pork, we just get pork. So that's all gonna work super fine. Currently it's just like this, but I will hook it up with some drawers to this build over here, the butcher. And I have to admit, I kind of love this palette. I love all of this. I had I added those rose vines there, but they spread like wildfire. thinned them out just now, so I might just rip them off completely. But we have the little ramp, we move up here, and this is what I want to call like the shop part of it. So over here you can come in, you can buy whatever you need, and I will put items in here. But if you head through here, this is where we will be processing the different meats into their Farmer's Delight variants. So I think what I want to do is I want to change it so we've got, say, for example, beef in here, mutton over here, and pork chops over here, and then its processed variant will go in the drawer next to it. And on this side, I just want to add random items that we also get from the farm, which is mainly the leather and the 2 types of wool, and I'm going to add one of each on top of that. But this will be the storage for everything. So here it will be processed and stored, and as soon as we have the next part of this entire industrial area set up, we will take the items from here and transfer it to that area. But I think the thing I need to do next is quickly grab all my drawer trims and those kind of things and get this area hooked up. We can see items are being fed into the system, which is fantastic. But now we need to process these items, and for that we're going to head on over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to place 4 processing areas in here. One for the mutton, one for the pork, one for the beef, and then also one for chicken that we'll add at a later stage. And I was thinking we can do one over here, so we'll have a drawer where everything comes out of, and then it can drop into a basket somewhere. I know that's not right. And then we can do, say, another system maybe over here against this wall, and that can drop into a basket. And then we can maybe even do one over here with 2 outputs like this maybe. Yeah, we can maybe bring that one closer. And then what that will do is it will dispatch items out, it will slice them, and then they will end up in a basket. So we've got 2 on this side. We've got 1 on this side for chicken. I might just move it up a bit so we can have something else in the corner hidden. And then 1 on this side. I do, however, have to think if I want these two to line up, which might not be a bad thing. Okay, let me quickly play some shaft, connect some belts, and then I'll bring you guys back. So we had to rip out a few walls, change a few things over here and there, but we've got everything where I think it needs to go. So we'll have 1 line, like mentioned, running this way. The slice over here will process and put it into basket. I just opted for baskets because I think it just adds a bit more to the look of the build instead of another drawer slave on that side. And then whatever we did on this side, we repeated over here, but with a mirrored one over there. And lastly, 1 in this area that does exactly the same. Now the next thing we need to do is give blades to all of these, just like that. And now they all have blades. So the next thing we need to do is hook up some power and make sure all these blades spin the right direction. So what I've done is I've already added some water wheels down here, and there is a speed controller on this side. So I'm just going to take the power from here, run it up to the system, and I'll bring you guys back. So this was the easiest one to do. We brought the power up from down below. We ran it up into a small cog over there that went to this side. And you can see the blades are turning this way and the belt's going that way, which means it's going the right way. And this one's also turning that way and the belt's going that way, which is perfect. This one was quite easy to get the belt going that way, but over here we had to add an additional gearbox in this area. But to test it out, I think let's chuck 1 piece of meat on there. It gets cut and it goes into this basket, which I think it leads down to the chute. Let's check this side. Same story. So we can just now grab this down here just quickly, just to make sure. And we can say, well, beef turns into mins, and there we have those. So we know these two work, and basically that's what I have to do with all these systems. So I'm going to do this one and that one, and then I'll bring you back when they're all working and doing what they're supposed to do. So we got everything connected and spinning and processing. Well, not processing anymore, because we've already processed all those items in the time it took me to set up the chicken processing line, which I have to admit looks kind of interesting, but it does mean I have to do it quite different. But not to worry. So now that we have all of those processed, we have all of this in place, I think we should address spots like this, and like this. So I'm quickly going to see to that and make this building look brand spanking new again. And we're finished. We made the build look just like new again. And I thought, why not show it off with shaders? So here we go. And this is it. I have to admit, I love this base. I love this area. I know, I love the mesa, but I think this area is going to be my new favorite area, and most probably it won't be the last time I say this, but I added a few of the oak trees we already have, and if we head on over here, you can see all the details. We've got these little air conducts because this area needs to be cooled, and if we go inside, we have these little rooms, our little shop in front here with all our processed meats and stuff and all the other byproducts, and through here we've got our little processing plant, which is currently standing a bit still, but that's because I've turned it off for a bit and it should actually start working again real soon. On this side, I've also added another tree over there, and I just made sure everything is well finished off in this area, and I think it looks fantastic. The views you get from certain angles, they're just really neat looking. So I cannot wait to get this area even more built up and finally get a truck in the system that will link all these builds together. So I'd like to say a few things to all of you, and it's in regards to me being a bit quiet over on the Discord and just over on the YouTube channel over the past week or two. And it's just because every now and then IRL stuff gets real busy and I have to take a step away and focus on work and get up to date again and just recenter myself, and that's what's been happening. But I am happy to announce that as of watching this video, things are a bit more relaxed. So we didn't have a video last week, and next week there might not be a video either, but I do have some plans for future videos and some streams and stuff, and I'm excited to get into it once I get back home. So I do apologize for the lack of content and lack of communication the past week or two. Like I said, it's just been busy. I do think I need to turn this seat into an actual seating area. But sadly, it's that time. It's a time where I have to say I have to go, because you see, I ran out of time and this video still needs to get recorded and uploaded and everything before I fly out tomorrow morning. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and if you did, let me know in the comments, what do you think of the build, what do you think of the animal breeders, and also what's your general thoughts of this area overall. And then also remember to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so yet, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Oh, and check out the Discord, link in the description. Till next time, bye for now. In the previous episode, we made our way back to this farm and we spent some time rearranging the crop plots to make it more efficient. We then also went ahead and built little pens for all our animals, and we had an animal breeder in this little building that will breed the animals up, and when those babies grow up, they will make their way into these little killing chambers where we gather up all their items. The items then makes its way over to the butchery right behind me, where they get stored and processed into their Farmer's Delight variants. But even though we have all these processing areas, there's one meat type we're not processing at all, and that's chicken. So we have a lot of storages, but not a lot of items in there. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to fix the shortage of chicken and even build a farmhouse. But we can't just go around building a chicken coop. No. We need to find a location and we need to do some prep work. And the area I've chosen is right next to the barn, right in this area, because we've got this big old open space. So I was thinking we can do a chicken coop right over here. Then we'll have a little bit of open space over here. And then we can do a big old farmhouse in this area. But before we can tackle the coop or the farmhouse, we need to do some digging and material gathering. So I'm going to do all of that and I'll be right back. So back in this area, and I did a bit of prep work. We have now a little hole, and in this hole we're going to do the chicken farm, and then down here we just have some water running, and this will be our temporary little power source, which will be water wheels. So first thing, we're going to just add a bunch of water wheels. I'm going to start with only doing 5, and they're going to end up popping into this one over here with a cog, and this is just so we can change the rotational speed of the conveyor belt and all the other bits. So that's what's going to be happening here, and I will connect it once we've got all of this in. The second part of this farm will be the dispensing part, and for that we're going to place a temporary little block over there we're going to run 3 observers into it like that, but then we're going to end up ripping this one out and changing it so it looks directly into that. Now we have a functioning clock, but we need to be able to turn this off, otherwise it will create too much lag. And what we're going to do is we're going to add another block over there and our dispenser over there, and you can hear it powers the dispenser. And from over here we're going to go up one like that, and on that we're going to place a torch, and then right into this torch we need to get a piston facing down, and now the clock is turned off. I'm also going to rip out this temporary little block because we don't need it. And what we need to do now is we need to be able to send items into this dispenser, but at the same time read when something goes into that dispenser. So for example, if I place a block in, the clock's going to fire and it's going to shoot out the item, which we just saw works perfectly. Let's do it again. No, miss. There we go. So that works. So the next thing we need to do is just add a chute on top of this and another one on top of that. And on that level is where we're going to have eggs going into the system and flowing down into this area where the dispenser will shoot it out. And that should give us a chicken every now and then. So I think what I'm going to do off camera quickly is just get in this little coop or this little cage where the chicken's going to be, and then we can build the rest of it. So we've got this little holding area all in place. So what this basically is going to do is it's going to shoot out some eggs, and we will have a chance for chicken, and it will land in this spot. And once they grow up and once there's enough in there, entity cramming should kill them. I, however, have to mention that due to the fact that a baby chicken's hitbox is way smaller, we're going to need a lot more than the average entity cramming amount. So with that said, if this causes too much lag, we might move on to something else. But for now, I tested it, it worked, and we're going to go ahead with it. So the next thing we need is we need to have the little cage up here in which the chickens will be that will lay the eggs. So right on this, we're going to do a double shaft. And we're just going to do that, and we're going to bring it back all the way above the piston. And then from here we can just encase these just because they look a little bit prettier. Over there we'll add ourselves a brass funnel, and then we're just going to go ahead and add copycat panels all the way around like this. And on the inside of this copycat panel system we can just go ahead and add some vines. And this will just ensure that we can have a bit more chickens in here without them dying to entity cramming. I also noticed now that we do not need this layer over here, but instead it should be one higher like that. So I'm just going to fix that. And that's it for this entire farm. So now we can just chuck the chickens in there. They will lay eggs. The eggs will go into this funnel over here where they'll go send down into this area where they'll occasionally shoot out and maybe turn into a chicken. I don't know. And then once entity cramming plays a role, the chickens will die, and then we need to pick up the items. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another magnet, another backpack with a magnet just right down there. That will go into a drawer system, and a drawer system will then feed into the butcher's build over there. But I think the next thing we need to do is just first get some chickens in here, get the power connected, and then I'll bring you guys right back. So I've added some chickens and they should just start to grow up, and once they're grown up they will start laying eggs, and we'll constantly populate this little chicken farm until it's full enough to produce eggs and chickens at a steady pace. But I do have some spare eggs, so let me just demonstrate how this whole process works. So let's say a chicken lays an egg. What's going to happen? The egg's going to go in, this thing's going to fire, and you saw there real quickly it shot. But let's do it with maybe a few more eggs. That way this machine can slowly start to fill up with chickens down there, and you can see there they go. So every now and then a chicken is born, and that's just going to go lie in that area. And like I mentioned, we're going to wait for it to reach max entity cramming level. So this might take a while, and again, it's not the most efficient, but it works, and it's mine. And I'm happy I could come up with this design. But now I think what we need to do is maybe go ahead and cover this farm so it actually looks like a chicken coop and not just this contraption standing in the middle of nowhere. So sit back as we do a real quick little montage. And we have ourselves a brand new chicken coop. I really enjoy this build. It's a very, very small build, but I think it's just in the detail. I mean, even little ramps, they've got like little ledges for the chickens to run up. And I used the black concrete again just to make it look like the openings and everything. And then over here, I've got a new custom birch tree. I'm not sure yet. It was a random design I found on the internet. I googled, I looked at it, I built something similar. So I don't know. So I don't know about that one. So you guys need to let me know down in the comments. And then also, if we go over here, I did try my hand at the acacia tree, and it's this one over here. I don't mind it. I do like it. I think this V is just a bit too sharp. I would say this branch needs to only pop out from over here somewhere. But in general, I do like it. So I might just change that up a bit more, make the changes like I mentioned, and then just put a few of these in this area as well. But again, let me know down in the comments. Then also, if we pop on up onto the roof, I think it's this trapdoor, and if we pop on down, we'll see we've got a bunch of chickens down there already. We've got a bunch in there, and if we go down here and right click the backpack, we've already made almost a stack of raw chicken. We just got another one, and it also farms eggs and feathers. So what I might do is I might recirculate the eggs back into the machine as soon as we do the draw system. But for now, I'm just going to let them accumulate there and just let the machine run. So this is working at the moment, which is really awesome news. But I think the thing I need to do next is get some draw trims in place and connect up this chicken farm all the way over there to the butchery. So I'm going to be grabbing the mining drill, digging a tunnel, and then we can lay down some trims and get this chicken processed. So we got the tunnel in and the trims parked. So if we go into pre-cam, we can see we've got a tunnel running all the way over there, running from there all the way to the butchery. And if we head on over to the butchery, we can see that chicken has been processed into chicken cuts. So now we have all the meat, we have all the vegetables. So we need a place to prepare the food. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go again and prepare some land, and I'll bring you right back. And the prep work has been done. I know it doesn't look like much, but this little hole is the prep work, and if we fall down here, we've got a little area for our temporary little water wheels. We lit it up, and I also went ahead and gathered all the materials for the schematic, so we're actually just ready to go. I can actually just call it and say, hey, sit back, enjoy another montage. So with that said, let's just do that. Enjoy the montage. And we're starting this scene with shaders on because I believe that every time we build something, it looks so cool with the shaders on. And look at the farmhouse. So the farmhouse looks absolutely amazing just across the lake, and we will terraform and decorate around this lake a lot more. But already it looks really, really cool. And just sitting next to the butcher, we picked up on the same block palette just to make it feel like these builds belong together. So if we run on over here, we've got this road, and I made sure it lines up perfectly. So hopefully we can fit a little truck in here, which will stop and will offload the goods. Right over there is where we go down to our power. And then instead of going through the back door, let's go through this little side gate. So we go through this gate up onto the porch, and right over here we can actually sit down and just look at the farm. We can see everything we've built right from our own porch. I just love this little bench. And if we head on over to this side, we can see the whole butchery area. We can see the pond with really cool view. And in the distance, we can see the greenhouses. And then right over here, we've got the entrance door over there. But if we go down here, I want to do a few more farms and stuff, but not like automatic, just manual for decoration. And I'm going to do crops, and I think I'll do like little tomato patch and stuff like that. But if we head on into the house, we can go through this door and we enter into the first room of this build, which has 2 windows looking out and a staircase to the top. But back here we've got like a little kitchen area, and this is the area I'm going to use to make the different food types. So this is where we will do all the production, and then all the food will be stored either in here or maybe over there or maybe there, not really sure. But if we head through the back door and we look out, then we see this. This is where the truck's going to stop. So everything is connected and can be accessed from all over. But if we go to the top, we've got this really nice space as well. And I might do something in here. I was thinking that maybe I can even put a villager or 2 up here. The farming villagers. It's a possibility, because that way we can also trade. And we've got all the farmer villagers right here in the farming area. But let me know down in the comments, what do you think of the house? Do you like it? What do you think? I love it. I have to be honest, the only thing I am bothered about is this window and this one. They line up with the windows at the bottom level, but I think we should ignore the bottom story windows and just maybe move this to the center and make it a 3 wide, and the same on that side. But yeah, I'll think about that, and I will add railings and stuff. So as mentioned, those windows bothered me, and they do look a lot better in the center, and the same on this side, but I don't think I can say the same for the outside. On this side we're fine because it's in the center and it doesn't bother me because there's nothing beneath it. But on this side, this window doesn't feel right. So that I can live with, but this I can't live with. And this is just maybe a part of me that I need to work on, but I think we need to move this one all the way to this side, but then it's against this wall and I won't be able to put contraptions there. So I think it's fine. I think it's going to be okay. So let's just rip this out. Let's just put it over there and worry about this wall later. Okay, so that looks a lot better. I know this is an even number, but it's fine. I know it's against the roof, but this I can live with. This I can work with. But if we go on the inside, it's right in this corner, so I don't think we were going to put any contraptions in this corner anyway, so it's okay. It's perfect. Now, the next thing I want to do is, that whole villager idea is stuck in my head, and I'm going to go see if I can pick up a villager, because I'm fixated on that now, and I need to get it out of my system. So, to the village. Okay, we're at the village, so let's see if we can yoink a villager or 2. So, if I'm to go to this guy, and I push my buttons... No, that's trading. I can. The only thing is I have to carry him now. Can I not put him in there? Okay, so I can pick him up, but I can't go through the waystone or use the waystone with them in hand. So the next thing we need to do is go to a village closer to the farm. So if we look on the map here, this is where the farm is, this is where the farmhouse is, and we've got a choice of plains villages, which is, I think, closer by a few blocks, or we've got savannah villagers. So I'm going to head to that village, grab a villager, and see if we can get him back to the farmhouse. Well, I found them all trapped in this little fence, which might be a good thing. So let's just block that fence so they can't get out. Now let's take Louis. No, I want to pick you up. There we go. And back we go. Just looking into his head while I'm carrying him around. Wait. What does F5 look like? Welcome home. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Oh, you move so slow with them. No. Stop opening it. Okay, can I drop him over here and just build like a temporary little wall? Oh, I failed. I failed so bad. Okay. I'm going to build a little room and then I'll bring you guys back. So this is what we call getting totally distracted. I ended up building this little dirt wall, yoinking all the beds from the village, and grabbing ourselves a few villagers. So we currently have 2 farmers. They already made a little baby, and soon we're going to have a bunch new villagers in here that we can add to this area and get some villager trading going. I know we don't need a lot of stuff, but as of now, there is still no way to renew emeralds. So the only way for us to get emeralds is either by mining or by villager trading, and that's what we're going to do. We've got a bunch of farms that produce crops, so why not utilize those crops and get ourselves some emeralds? So I got distracted in a video. I built this house and I planned to fill it with a bunch of contraptions that help us make food. But instead, I was thinking villagers, and then I went down that little rabbit hole of carrying villagers, bringing villagers to the house, getting villagers here, breeding villagers, and before I knew it, I ran out of time to record. So that's going to be it. That's going to be it. We connected our little chicken farm over there, and I forgot about those llamas. Don't ask questions. So we connected a chicken farm to the butchery and we're making chicken cuts, and in the next episode we will fill this house with some contraptions that will make us some Farmer's Delight meals. And I want you guys to let me know down in the comments what's your favorite Farmer's Delight meal that makes use of chickens, lamb chops, beef mince, or pork chops. Yeah, bacon, that's the other one. So let me know down in the comments, and then also let me know what you think of the chicken coop and the bouncing llamas, and I'll see you all in the next episode. And remember, like, subscribe, and hit that bell button to ensure you never miss an episode again. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we built this here chicken coop that houses our chicken farm and our egg farm, which allowed us to add the final meat source to the butcher. We then added the old farmhouse to this area where we're going to turn all those meats into foods, but instead we got distracted and ended up adding a bunch of villagers to the first floor. But in this episode, we really need to sort the food problem because I've resorted to eating dry bread, and that is not right, especially when you have a mod like Farmer's Delight. So we finally need to fill this room with some contraptions that will make us some food. But I do think before we start with any construction, we need to sort the power situation, because I currently have a bunch of water wheels underground powering all the contraptions in this area, and I'm worried it's going to start getting laggy. So what we're going to do is we're going to add ourselves a little steam engine. And the area I've chosen is right over here at the back of the house, and the steam engine will be one of the first builds that will not be part of the building itself. Instead, I'm going to build it underground, and I'm just going to put a little structure on top of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig the hole and I'll bring you guys back. Then we build the steam power unit together. So now that we have this hole dug out, it's time for us to build our little steam contraption or little steam engine. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to surround this area with blocks, because this will be an infinite water source, because we're going to need water to pump into the steam engine. And I can see I already made a mistake. I need to bring this out by 2 like this. There we go. And now that's in the right position. And what we need to do next is we need to, right above these, add some blaze burners like that. So a little bit off center. And the reason for that is the tank's going to be in this area and the pump's going to be over here. And the pump can't pump through a blaze burner. So to get in the pump, I'm just going to put a temporary little block over there, add a pump on that, and then we can rip out this temporary little block we had over there. And that's this layer almost complete. So now we can see we're going to take water out, we're going to put it in a tank, and we will change the direction of that pump in a sec. But before I build the tank, I think what we need to do is we need to place down a depot right over there. And the depot is plainly because we're going to take items from it with a mechanical arm, and we're going to give it to these blaze burners over here. So what I want to do is then right click and place it over here. So we've got a mechanical arm, and there you can see 1 input, 4 outputs, which is perfect. And then on top of these blaze burners, we can add our first set of tanks, and with that we can add a pipe that will then send water into the tank. And on this side we can place down our drawer with our blaze cakes in, and if we put down a funnel, it will dispense a single blaze cake onto the depot for the hand to grab. So with that in place, it's time for us to just give these 2 items power, and we're also going to do temporary power, and I'll explain why. So we need to be able to start this machine up, and we can do that either by having a water wheel power this and it will give it power. But the reason why I'm settling for a hand crank is because if this should stop for any reason, I can come down, I can spin this hand crank, and it will slowly use this arm to give a blaze cake to the blaze, and also it will power the pump and it will put water into this tank. And once this is powered, it will start powering the steam engine part that it's going to be in, well, this area over here. And then from there, we will send power into this little pump at a faster pace, and then this hand crank will not be used. So this is mainly just for that odd occasion when it decides to stop. So with all of that said, we're going to add another cog over here, and this is where we're going to put in the power, the automatic power that runs this whole system. So now from this point, we're going to add 2 more layers to this tank, which will be enough for now just to see if we can get it started. And then on these 4 spots above this pipe, we're just going to add engines, which will turn this into a boiler. So now that we have all of that, we need to see if we spin this, if it's going to start producing power. So if we click the hand crank and you spin, we see the mechanical arm is taking a blaze cake. It fed a blaze, and that little contraption started going up. So we can see we have a level 1 boiler, and now we can just put this there and there, and we can see it turned into a steam engine. But that's the thing, because it's working, we can produce power, but it won't last long because we're doing it manually. And it's our job now to take the power from this and feed it back into that cog over there. But I don't just want to feed it in at a normal pace. No, I want to speed it up a bit so the pump works faster, and that way we can produce a bit more stress units. So let me get that part in and I'll walk you through it once we're done. Okay, so all I did in this area was the bottom shaft I connected to the big cog that goes into the rotational speed controller. I set that to 64 RPM, and then from there, the side I take out a shaft that goes into a vertical gearbox into this cog that will also power the system. So in theory, if we spin this, it starts to move, and then once I let it go, it went up even further, and we're producing a total of 49,000 stress units at the moment, which I do believe is enough. I don't think if we make the tank bigger it will change anything. We can see it's still 49, and I think even if we add more arms to this thing, it will just stay at 49. Yeah, it will just stay at 49. And the reason being, we're not giving it enough water and the size isn't big enough. But that's not a problem. So we're going to rip this out because we don't need those, because I do believe that is enough. So what I need to do now is just fill in the dirt on top of this. We'll be back with a little build we need to do on top of the dirt. So while I'm busy back there filling in that hole and getting the dirt placed before we build our structure, me and the dangling llama brothers want to ask you a favor. See, if you made it to this point in the video, you might be one of the 88.3% of the viewers that are not subscribed. So why don't you just hit the button, hit the subscribe button, and make sure you never miss another video. It really helps out the channel, and I would appreciate that greatly. Isn't that true, dangling brothers? They say yes. So subscribe. I know you want to. So we got this area covered, and I marked out the entrance with a little rooted framed trapdoor, and that's just so we can jump down and see if we need to power it manually. We can come down, crank the hand crank, get it all started up, but for now it's running perfectly. The next thing we need to do is add a build in this area, and I prepared something for the schematic cannon, and we'll do that little build montage, but first I want to explain it. So growing up on the family farm way back, we did not have any form of heated water systems, so we made use of something that we refer to in Afrikaans as a donkey. So donkey just translates to donkey in English, and basically what it is you would have a steel tank of some sort that will function as your boiler, and underneath that boiler you would make a fire using wood, and you'll just slowly heat up the water to have warm water in the house. And this donkey brings back so many fond memories. I remember as a little child, when it was winter and was cold, you would go stand and hug the bricks because the bricks would be warm but not too hot to burn you. So I just thought it would be really interesting, really cool to bring something of my childhood into this build. So with that said, sit back and enjoy as we do a little build montage. toasty. So here you have the donkey, and again I just popped on the shaders just to see what it looks like. So there's nothing extravagant about the build, and for me it's more the memory behind it, and I think it's a really neat way of saying, listen, yeah, we're using fire to create something, in this case not hot water, but nonetheless steam that will power our engine. So with that said, I think it's time for us to head inside and see if we can plan some of the basics we're going to need for the whole preparation of the food. So if we enter this building, you're going to see a lot of changes. First of all, as we enter, we've got something that can go in this area, but I think that will more be decorative. But we'll start off with the first contraption on this side, and this will mainly turn cabbage into cabbage leaves, and then that will go into a storage drawer that will then process everything and send everything over to this side. On this side over here, we're going to do the production of bread. So we're going to have wheat flour come out, we're going to turn it into dough balls, and from dough balls we'll go into bread, and that will also then join the storage system in the end. On this side, we will do the cooking of the 4 main meat types, and I guess I can do it just on a single belt with some fans, but I want to incorporate Farmer's Delight a bit more, so we will be using frying pans and some mechanical arms. So it might not be the most efficient, but it will be a fun way of doing it. So that's going to happen in this spot over here. And then on the back wall over here, we're going to use mechanical crafters to craft all our final ingredients into 4 food types. So I think I need to grab all the necessary items out of my backpacks, and we're going to start planning these little builds one at a time, maybe with what happens in front here first. So the first thing I think we need to do is maybe add this item over here. And I know I said decorative, but I think in the end we're going to do maybe a storage system, and this will just house all the raw products. So that's mainly our lettuce, our tomatoes and stuff like that. And we're going to start by just quickly filling in a bunch of drawers. And from these drawers, we're going to start adding the items we get over from the mill over there, and also the items we're going to process like bread and those type of things will also go in here. So we've got all the basics in here and some of the processed ones like the bread, the cabbage leaves and the cooked meats. I am not sure if there's more, but if there's more we can just add them over here or make them run across, which I think I'd rather make them run across the top. But that's that for the storage. Now on this side in the corner we're going to come out with our storage trim. We're going to have a drawer slave on this side, and then we're going to run some belts, and these belts basically just need to run a certain amount, let's say up to there maybe, that should be fine. And on top of that we'll place a slicer, and for this slicer we'll give it a little knife, and the cabbage that comes out will come out onto the belt, it will go under the slicer, it will get sliced, and then from here I think I want to do something like this. We'll dig down again, we'll do another storage drawer over there, we'll do a chute on top of that, and again we're just going to do a basket because I think it just brings in a bit of the farmer's delight. We might end up picking up some of the items if we run through here, but I don't think we're going to run through here enough to actually do that all too often. So that's the basic contraptions in here. So all I need to do now is just add power, add all the funnels on that, and then it should be good to go. So now that we've got the last funnel in here and everything's the way it should be, we only need to power this. But the next part we're going to do is this area over here, and you can see I've added all the trims coming out of the floor between clips. And now what I'm going to do is on this side we're going to have a line of drawer control slaves running this way. On them we're going to place a bunch of funnels, but I'm shift clicking so they're pointing into it because we will change that around. We first just need to add the filters, and from here we will have our little depots. So these funnels will place items on the depots, and then on the opposite side of these depots we're going to leave a 3 gap, and we're just going to have a line of stoves in like this, and these stoves will end up having skillets on top of them, and the skillets will pop the items off into baskets. So to be able to do that we need to have chutes over here. On top of those chutes we will have baskets just like that, and to ensure that the items go from the stove to the basket we need to make sure that the handle is pointing that way, because with a skillet items come in from the left, and once it's cooked it will go right off the handle. So if the handle's this side it will go right into this side. So all of these we're just going to do like this. So I know it doesn't look too fancy, but it's okay, it doesn't matter. And now with these mechanical arms we can say collect from the depot, place into the skillet and place it down, and that's just going to be 4 of those in a line like so. So that's basically it for this. The only thing we need to do is underneath these, we added drawer trims. These drawer trims need to get replaced with slave units. So we're going to rip them out. And then the drawer control slaves will go in there. And now basically we just need to power it and add the filters. And each of these filter will just be one of the raw variants from these. And I'm thinking now we might as well do the 4 raw variants over there. And now we have the raw variants in there. So we have a drawer for all of those. And we can just rip them out right there. And now we can just go over to these. Like so. And if we were to right click these funnels, they will output one of each item onto this depot for the mechanical arm to collect, put into the skillet, which will then end up in the baskets. And that will go then back to the storage over here. For the cooking of the bread and creation of dough, we need this area over here. So what's going to happen over here, we're going to have drawer slaves again. Items will come out, and the items being wheat flour, they will go onto a belt, and this belt will have fans over there blowing through water that will turn the wheat flour into dough. Then from here, I want them to go into another storage drawer over here. So we're going to do one drawer control over there, a 1x1 storage drawer. And then again from here, we'll take out those items onto a second belt. And over here, we'll have fans again, but these will be blowing fire over these dough balls that will turn them into bread. And again, we'll just have our drawer controllers on this side collecting the bread that will send it all back into this system over here. So that should be it for this system. We just need to rip out these stone blocks and add some more belts, because we're going to have a double system for cooking of the bread or for cooking of the dough into bread, just like that. So now I can just go ahead and add a bunch of funnels over here. So here we're going to do 2 again, and then this is going to be a little closed system. So what we're going to do is we're just going to add a drawer controller, and that means we do not have to add brass funnels on this side, nor on this side, nor on this side, because this is the only area that's connected to dedicated storage. So from here we have to say, okay, we're taking out wheat flour. And then for the wheat flour, I think we should leave it at 16 for now. We'll see if it goes fast enough. If it's got a backlog, we'll change that up, but I do think it will be fine. So then on this side we can just add the normal brass, the normal andesite funnels, and that should be it. So now we've got an area for cooking of the meat. We've got an area for turning wheat flour into bread. So the last thing we need to do is basically this area over here. So the most important part about this area is the mechanical crafters and the storage. And for the 4 food items we're going to use, we have a total of 3 of the crafting recipes. That's a 2x2, and then 1 that is a 5 item recipe. So to make that work, we're going to do a drawer. So this will be our 2 grid, and then we'll do another drawer for a second 2 grid and another drawer for a third. Our last one will be a 4th. So that's supposed to be a little bit further, but I think we can do it by just adding it in the center again. That way we've got somewhat of a pattern happening over here. Then onto each of these drawers, we'll have this one doing this, and this one as well, and the same for the last one. And then I think we can do that one as well. This is a simple 2-1 recipe, so it will just be like this. Same with this, same with that one. This one's going to be a bit different. We'll also have the 2 over here, but we'll have a 3rd input on that side like that. And the reason why I decided to put it on top and not at the bottom is because we need to withdraw items from the top. And now that we have this in, we're going to take smart chutes, and we're going to run a bunch of smart chutes all the way up here on top of each and every one of these. And the reason for this being, all of these recipes take in the same items. The first one will be a loaf of bread, and the second one will be the meat sauce. And I'm going to do that for all of those. And then we can't just belt everything in at the back here. So I did the chutes on top, or the funnels at top, the chutes on top, so that I can do belts at the bottom to take in the other items. But also, instead of using belts, we're going to use item drains. So we're just going to do this, and this will apparently help with the whole lag issue, which I am happy about. So That is how that's going to look, and that's how that's going to work. So now the only thing I need to do is first of all add all the different filters up there, and then add all the drawer slaves at the back over here and all the funnels and filters and stuff like that. So that's going to be a tedious little process, and I'm going to do it off camera and I'll bring you back once it's all in. So all the funnels are in and the filters have been applied. The only thing is these need to be turned around. So if we go from this side and we start turning them around, we should see items running along these. I do, however, notice I need to change them all to exactly 1, and I forgot to put the funnels on this side. So that is something I just need to adjust real quick. Okay, the funnels on this side have been fixed, and if we just right click these, they're still going to send out an entire stack, and then it's my job to go around and just say exactly 1 on each and every one of these, because I don't want it to send out an entire stack at a time. I don't think it can break the farm or anything, but it's just what I prefer to do. And now we can see all of those items on the bottom little drain system is in this little area, which is fantastic, and it means that's working. And now if we were to go and add drawer slaves over here and connect it up with a trim over here, those drawers should also start to fill up. You will notice not all the mechanical crafters have bread in them. It's because these also need to be changed to exactly 1 as well to ensure that the stuff gets distributed equally. And with that change, you can see all of these are now filled, and all we need to do over here is put in the item in these bottom drawers, but that will automatically happen once these craft. And we need to hook it up to power. We need to hook this up to power and add the liquids, and we need to hook this up to power as well as this. So a lot of power connection will be happening between this clip and the next clip. But when you guys get back, this place should be a functioning, working food production machine. So it took some time, but we finally connected everything up for this farmhouse, and that means we can produce food while we're busy in this world. And I'm quite impressed because the only place where we actually went through the building walls is right over here, where we had to do some panels, and in the garage right over here. But this bothers me even less because, like I mentioned, it's in a garage. But I think it's time for us to go inside and see what all we did. So if we enter the front door, we have, like mentioned, the cabbage cutter, which turns cabbage heads into cabbage leaves, deposits into this basket, and everything goes in there. We just decorated all of this just to see what it looks like. And I think we should test each and every one of these systems separately, starting with cabbage. With my cabbage in hand, if I right click in here, I deposit all the cabbage, and we'll see it will slowly come out. It will get processed, will go into the basket, and this number will go up. This number will only go up if these contraptions are full. But now that we know the cabbage is working, I think we should test the cooking area itself, where we cook the different types of meat. So with all the varieties of raw meat, we can right click over here, get them all in there, and we'll see that this mechanical arm takes one, puts it in a pan, and it slowly cooks. I notice now that it takes an entire stack, but I think that's fine. I'm not too bothered about it. So it will slowly start to cook all the meat, and they will make their way into these chutes. Unless the chutes are full, then they will start stockpiling all the way up here in the cooked meat areas, and then we can see the uncooked ones. So that's it for the meaty bits. The next part is all the bread, where we turn flour into wheat and wheat into bread. And I think, no, we don't have enough bread yet because all of those take bread, so it's going to take quite a while to fill up. But let's quickly deposit some wheat flour in here as well. So if we right click with all the wheat flour, it's all going to go in there. It's slowly going to make its way through the system, and it's not the fastest, but again, I really can't be too bothered because you'll see it will change, it will turn into dough, and the dough will then be cooked into bread, and the bread will make its way into the system, and then in the end, it will make all of these items. For now, it's standing still because we need a bunch of the other items, and let's just drop them all into this drawer as well. So onions, tomatoes, and carrots, we're all going to chuck it in there. And now this should slowly continue to make the different meals for us. It's going to take some time, but these drawers only take 2,000 of each item. And once these drawers are full, items will start backing up in all of the different funnels and chutes and belts and stuff. And then it will start filling up these drawers. So in the end, everything will get made and everything will fill up. I know it's not the most efficient or the fastest, but it works. And it's what I need to survive because I'm tired of eating just bread. But with the construction of every new farm, we sometimes unlock a new problem, and this problem is the fuel. You see, I already had to come stock it up with blaze cakes because it ran through the initial stack I had in. So sooner or later, we're going to have to make a plan to get our blaze cakes from the main base all the way over here to this area. Till then, I'm just going to fill it manually and hope for the best. So just like that, we got quite a lot done in today's episode. We fully automated some of the Create mod foods, we're making bread, we're cooking meat, and we're cutting cabbages. And we also added a nice little steam powered plant hidden underneath the donkey that is just a little build from my childhood, and I think it's awesome. And there will be more builds from my childhood in this area, things that I remember from growing up on a farm, and I cannot wait to get to those. But sadly, it will not happen today and not in this episode as we ran out of time. So make sure you hit the like, subscribe button and the notification bell to not miss out on next week's episode, where we will be building a new vehicle in this world that'll help us get all the items from the butcher and the mill to the farmhouse. Till next time, bye for now. In the previous episode, we built this neat little steam power engine that we hid under this water boiler known as a donkey, which we then used to power all the different contraptions, making all the different components for the meals we eat, thus eliminating the need for us to eat dry bread. But in this episode, I want to address some of the empty spaces in this farming area by adding more farms, maybe adding some decoration, and maybe sort some logistical issues by transporting items from here all the way to the farmhouse so I can eliminate the need for manual input. So the farming area has quite a few nice builds, but my biggest problem at the moment is the spacing. You see, we've got a nice build over here, and then we've got space. Then we've got two nice builds over here, and we've got space. And then we've got this whole area over here, which I think looks maybe the best, but we've got space, space, and more space. And I think we should start to fill those spaces with decorations, maybe a farm, maybe a few things. So the first one I want to address is this area right over here. So this is the area right here by the crop farms and everything, and we can't do much in this area because when the combine harvester comes around, it does its whole lap and it turns in this area, so it will basically just harvest everything in this area if we do something over here. But this space over here, we can add something to it, and I was thinking of just adding a few beehives, because see, we've got crops all over, we've got flowers over here, and I want to do more flowers in this area and really make this area lush. So why not add a few beehives in this area? And who knows, maybe some of the local bees will make their way back into this area. So first things first, we have this little entrance, and I think what we need to do is just grab our shovel, and we can just turn a bunch of this maybe into path blocks, just guiding into this area, and then generally just, I think like this. Yeah, I think that's fine. So we've got a little pathway, and then on the other side of this pathway, we can maybe do our hive. So I want to say 3 away from that, but at least 1 in, like so, and then maybe a 2 gap. That could work. I actually think we should maybe do it 1 back as well, and then we can just do something like this. And that way we've got a total of 8 hives over there, and we can just add some detail and stuff there as well. I might actually move it so it's further spaced. We can remove that flower, we can place another flower there later. Yeah, I think 6 hives will look a lot better, and then we can just go ahead and add the hives on top of those. And I'm not going to harvest any honey or anything from it. It's really just to make this area look like something. So even if bees move in, it's all good if we can't harvest it. The next thing I want to do is I do want to separate this and this area a little bit. And the combine harvester doesn't reach all the way over here. So I think just maybe adding like a few bushes every now and then, just to make it look almost like we've got this area barricaded off. So behind this little hedge we have all our beehives, so I do like that. And then we can just start by detailing the whole area by throwing in some grass and some ferns and stuff like that. So I'm quickly going to do the rest of this, and I'll bring you guys back and we look at this place when it's done. Just with something this simple, we already made this area look 1000 times better, and I think it will be really cool if we start seeing little bees move in. So I might hijack a bee or two from the temporary little honeycomb farm, but this area looks really nice. I did add some glowberries, some plants, and really try to make it look overgrown and just 100% bee friendly. So with this one done, I think it's time we address the next one, which I might just do a little farm for it. So the next area I want to tackle is not very far from this beehive over here. No, it's this area right over here. But before we can build anything here, I need to dig a bit of a hole. I need to clean up this area, remove some of the grass so we can texturize it, and maybe just mark out the location of where exactly this build's going to go. So I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll bring you guys back once this area has been prepped. And the area has been prepped. Like usual, I think I went a bit overboard with the digging of this hole, and you can also see that's barren from up here. So we've got this really big area, which I don't even know if we're going to use all of it. I have already dug a tunnel that goes through to the steam engine over there, and the only thing left to do now for this is basically just to texturize the dirt, get all of the bushes and stuff in, and just make it look a bit neater. And for that, I did prepare a little schematic, so let's quickly do a little build montage. So that farm is not nearly completed, but already it's adding so much to the area. But now it's time to do the buildy bit of this farm, and this farm's going to be a melon and pumpkin farm. Sure, I don't use those two items very often, but I would like to automate them. The first thing I'm going to do is just add some water, because we need water to set or to hydrate the crops, and we can just chuck the water in here, and this should be enough to hydrate everything. I am, however, thinking that I might have to move it if the contraption gets flooded or if I start building the contraption, but for now this should work. And then the next step is to get in the farmland. So the farmland's going to be in these areas over here, so let's just mark them out so we remember. So we're going to have 3 lines of farmland, and now we have all the farmland in. And the next thing I want to do is just plant some crops, and we're going to do pumpkin like that in that specific pattern. Let's see how many I can get. And then melon's gonna be in this pattern like this. I am not sure if this is gonna make them grow faster, so what I'm gonna do is this line I'm gonna do in this form, this line I'm gonna do melons and pumpkins, and this line I'm gonna do something different again, just to test it and see which one works the fastest. But if any of you know, let me know down in the comments. I know the checker pattern works the best, but for this type of farm I cannot do a checker pattern, so let me know down in the comments. So we've got the pumpkin and melon crops in, and like mentioned, I have them in different patterns. This is the crisscrossy one, this is the 2 separate lines, and then this one that we have pumpkins on one side, melons on the other side. And I will keep an eye on it. It seems like this side is growing a lot faster, but I'm not totally sure. But anyway, we need to get to the automation of this farm over here, and to do that I first need to build up a little structure above that will hold all the harvesting mechanisms. And for that I'm going to go with fences, and I'm going to do stripped dark oak fences like so, 4 high, and then on this 5th one we're going to do a stripped spruce small lattice. And then this stripped dark oak lattice we're just going to run all the way to the other side, where it will eventually meet up with the same structure again, which is just then again 1, 2, 3, 4 high, and then lattice on top of that like so. So I'm gonna do all 3 of these, and I will, I think, connect them over here. I think so. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of lattice placing to do. So we've got all the lattice work in, and I do think it looks quite nice, but now we need to focus on the harvesting of this year crops. And my idea is to have these blocks that the pumpkins and the melons grow on get pushed up into drills or harvesters. Most probably going to be drills. The drills will harvest them, and then after a few seconds it will retract, putting the dirt down where it was, and then the cycle will repeat. But like you can see, the crops don't grow really fast. So what I want to do is I want to also add it to a once a day cycle. So that is something we're going to have to do a bit later in this episode. But for now, I think we need to get these blocks glued together, install all the sticky mechanical pistons, and take it from there. So starting over here, we'll just glue this entire line of blocks together. Same on this side. And we're going to do this exact thing for both these two lines as well. And now that all these lines are glued together, we're going to hop on down into the underground part. And that will be right this block over here. That block over there, going all the way across to here. So these are the lines that we're going to push up into the mechanical drills or saws or whatever we're going to use, and after a while we're going to retract them. They're going to come back down to the position they're in, and then once they're retracted back in, we will just have to sort out the collection of said items. But I do think we're going to just use backpacks and magnets again. But the first thing we need to do is just maybe hook this up to the power, get the posts in, and just test and see if it works. So before we can give this contraption power, the first thing we need to do is insert these little piston extension poles. But to know how many we need to insert, we need to go to the top real quick. So keep in mind, we're going to move the dirt block and the pumpkin. So we're going to say we move the dirt block up 1, 2, 3. So then the dirt block's going to end over there. The pumpkin's going to be right over here where the backpack is, for example, and then our harvesting mechanism will be there. So in theory, we need to move up 1, 2, 3 blocks. So down here again, we're just going to say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and just continue this the whole way through. The next part will be to also ensure that they're all receiving the same rotational power, which means they all turn in the exact same direction. And the easiest way to do this, I think, will be to use encased chain drives. So I'm just going to place a bunch. I will change them because obviously this isn't the right way around. Yeah, that's the way they need to face that way. So let's do all of those. The second thing I want to do is I want to change this from 48 RPM to 16. So we're going to have to do a rotational speed controller. And if I look at this correctly, we're going to have to go power one of those 2 blocks. Okay, let me clear a bit more space real quick. So now the area has been cleared out, the system's connected up, and I did run this all the way through. I set this rotational speed controller to 16 because that's the ideal speed, and we just have some network stress and rotational speed monitors over here. So if in theory we place this here and we just go up, we should see this go up or stay in the position it is. And I did remove the glue, so only the first block will go up. So let's just test if we drop this in there. Nothing happens, which is fine. So let's just rip this out again. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to set this to 16 still, button at the top. And if we do the exact same again, we see they go up. And they stop in the right position. That is perfect. So this is exactly what we want. So we know this is going to work. And for now, I'm just going to reverse it again like so. Let's just make sure. There it goes and it stops again, which is fantastic. So this is actually rotating the right direction because we want it to stay down unless it receives a signal. And when it receives that signal, it will go up, stay up for a bit, and then go back down. So what we need to do is we need to hook up this whole contraption to an interface that will pick up when something goes past. And I think we should do it once the vehicle that we're going to insert goes past here. So the next thing we need to do is just modify this whole setup a little bit. So I've set up the little system and we can test it now. So if we jump down here, I'm just going to run you through it. So we've got the normal clutch over here that we're going to use to turn off this farm once the storage is full, but the power goes into this gear shift. So what the gear shift does is the rotational direction an item is turning on, it stays the same when it runs through it, but once you power it, it will reverse it to the other direction. So we know this is the right direction because if we pop up here, these items or those pistons are not extended. So what we need to do is give it a signal, allow it to change, push the pistons up, get the items harvested, and after a certain amount of time, pull them back down. And that's what this system does. So over here, we've got a redstone contact. As soon as the vehicle passes by, and it will have a redstone contact on it, as soon as it passes by, it's going to give a signal. It's going to switch this latch. It's going to change, power this gear shift, and the machine's going to go up. It's going to go up, and after 10 seconds, this pulse repeater will shoot out a second signal running into this, powering it again and retracting the pistons. Now, the only way we can test it is by placing another redstone contact right over here. But to get out fast, I'm just going to do this. There we go. So let's place it, and then we should see it go up, and after 10 seconds, go down. So I'm going to place, collect. You can see it's powered. These go up. They stop, and then after 10 seconds they go back down and they stay in their spot. So this is working, and everything will be pushed up. It will get harvested. So now the only thing we're left to do is create the harvesting mechanism on top and also collecting the items. So now that we know all of that's working, it's time to build the harvesting part of this contraption. And to do that, we're just going to go ahead and on top of these, we're going to place mechanical drills facing down. We're going to run them all the way down to the edge, and then we'll power them using encased chain drives that will just take down into the underground area where our power is running. As for the harvesting, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to have backpacks sitting at the bottom. So once this goes down again, we just have the backpacks with magnets pick up the items and deposit it into a drawer system. Let me get all of this placed and powered, and then I'll bring you back and we test it together. So we got the whole system connected. All of these are spinning, and I know currently it kind of looks cool. It looks cool from down here. I really like the way this looks. From the sides, not so much, and I will sort that out. But I think the first thing we need to do is test this. So if we go down and if we place this redstone contact, we pick it up again, we can see the items are going up. They get harvested. Everything's retracting. And now the items are just on the floor, and this is where I want to add the backpack. So I'm going to do backpacks with magnets underground here, and they'll just pick up the items once they come down and deposit it into the storage system. So I would say this is a great success, and I'm going to try and make this look a little bit better, get the storage system in, and then I'll bring you guys back to see the final product. And just like that, we've got this whole area built up, and I have to admit, I think this really ties the whole area together. If we run in here, just have a look at it from the bottom, we can still see the mechanical drills, the power's coming up through that shaft over there, and then we've got the melons and pumpkins growing down here. I need to close up all these holes as well still, but everything's growing perfectly. And if we run to this side, we've got a little temporary storage over here. I will connect it to a bigger storage later on, but for now we only using this for this purpose, for gathering purpose, so this should do just fine. We're also getting the whole melons. So what we did is down here we've got like a little compacting system where we take the melon slices into compacting drawers, and the melons gets put back into the bigger storage. So let's quickly see how this works. If we go over here, let's just trigger this contraption again. We can see the items go up. They harvest. And all the items just remain there. And as it comes down, the items start to disappear. And that's because they get picked up by the backpacks with the magnets in. And they end up right over here. So I would call that success. I would call that a great success. So now that we've decorated some of the areas and everything's starting to look a little bit better, I think it's time we address the whole logistics. You see, currently we're filling up inventories from one factory to another factory manually, and I want to try and eliminate that. And I want to eliminate it by building a pickup truck. So I got a little schematic in a cannon that I've built in the creative world, and I think we should roll a little build montage as we build the pickup truck that will be transporting all our goods. So I might have gotten a little bit carried away, but the pickup truck, I mean, just look at this. This looks so freaking awesome. And then in here, we've got a little driver. His name is Janella. And then on the back, we've just got a chicken that's along for the ride. The idea is to get a little pupper that sits on the back, but for now, chicken will do. So everything over here works. And I also went ahead and did all the underground bits. So if we drop down here just to get into this area, I've already added tracks, I added stations, I added a schedule to it. I added quite a lot. I also added the redstone contact to this train, which in turn, if it goes past, it will trigger this, and once it triggers this, the pumpkin and melon farm will work. But there's still a lot that has to happen, but for now this works, and we can get items from all these farms into the farmhouse. So how will this start? Well, that part I need to figure out still, because what I want to do is I want the combine harvester to run its route, and as soon as it reaches a certain point, it's also going to trigger a redstone link, which will then in turn set off the little tractor, the little truck. But for now, I think we should maybe see how it works. So let's do that. So there we see, off goes the truck, and it's going to trigger that redstone link, and almost instantly these go up. It gets harvested, and it goes down and gets collected. But let's quickly run and catch up with this. So over here, it turns into the parking spot. We've got a portable interface down there underground, so it's picking up items. I don't think there's much here. 30 pieces of raw chicken. It then reverses into this position before it sets off to the next waypoint. And to make this possible, I did add 2 waypoints on this track, and I need to refine this little ramp a bit, because you're going to see now it does something really funky. So we will sort that out, but for now it's working, and then it's going to continue down this route over here. Hello. Oh, I love it. I love the vehicles. I like them more than trains, and I think it's because they're simpler. And then from here, it's going to go into this waypoint where there shouldn't be anything left already. I tested it quite a few times to get the waypoints ready, so there's no more items. And from here, it will reverse into there. There we go. I might make that a bit shorter or just extend the road. And then it's going to continue this way, and the last, so second to last stop will be the melons. So it will come all the way over here. It'll stop right here. It's got a little link down there. I will add some more melons in this area just to make it seem like we're busy loading, because the storage is over there. Now it's going to go into the storage for the house. It's going to link up, and it's also going to offload a bunch of stuff over here. I just want to show you once it's done. See, he turns around, he's checking. And he's just going to reverse back into this position where he will wait for the next day. I don't know about you lot, but I am so happy and excited about this. It's just fantastic. It's cool. It's cool. I really love it. But let's quickly sleep, and I'll just show you the inside of the farmhouse. And inside the farmhouse, you can see everything is currently being processed. We've got a bunch of the raw stuff over there. We've got cabbage leaves. We've got all our items in here, and I did add some storage upgrades. And this is just slowly going to continue to fill up all these drawers. These drawers can contain 2040, I think. I'm not really sure. But once that's filled, we will have extras over here, and I will make sure we add some redstone links and stuff to turn off certain farms. We also have up here our melons and our pumpkins, so that's also working. I think that has been a really, really grand success. But the next thing we need to do is we need to look at this area with shaders on just to see what it looks like now. First of all, I just want to mention that I added another tree in that area, and the idea is, I think, to get this truck out of that area and rather have it stand right over here at an angle facing that way. That way it's ready to take off and all of those things. So that might be something I sort out between episodes. And if we look at it all from this angle, it's just starting to look so much better. We added some new trees. We've got a new tree over there as well. And then these 2 trees in the center here are actually the same tree that we just modified, made a bit more plump. And I will do a few more of those so we can add some more trees and even do some different trees in this area. But in general, I think this area is starting to look really neat, and it might be my new favorite area. I don't know. It might. What do you think? Let me know down in the comments. But that sadly brings us to the end of this episode. We've done quite a lot, from decorating a little bee area, building a little pumpkin and melon farm, and even completing the logistical loop with a truck that runs around and picks up everything. So down in the comments, let me know, what is your favorite part? What do you think of the truck? And then also remember, like, subscribe, and hit that notification button so you never miss another episode. Till the next one, bye for now. In the previous episode, we spruced up this area, built ourselves a little pumpkin and melon farm, and added our little pickup truck to this farming area that makes its daily rounds, picking up goods from different farms before delivering it to the farmhouse. But in this episode, I want to add some more farms to some of these barren plots, detail some areas around existing builds, sort our animal food shortage by maybe adding another farm in this little spot over here. So as time has gone by and we've been adding farms to this area, we have been creating little barren spots and rigid lines like this over here, and ideas that we need to sort all those problems. And the first one we want to sort is right over here on this little edge next to the dam, and we can utilize that. So instead of just doing some landscaping and making it look good, why don't we add a farm in this area? And that farm will also have a purpose. You see, for now, the sheep, the pigs, and the cows do not have any food. I manually feed them, and I think it will just work so much better if we add a little micro rotational crop farm in this area. So I've done a little bit of trimming and I planned where I wanted, and I think right over here is perfect. I did go ahead and add water wheel structure and also connected it up to the storage for those farms using the trims and stuff. So first thing I want to do is sort out the storage, and what I was thinking is we can rip out this one over here. We can add our two drawers over there, a drawer control on this one, a chute on top of that with our portable interface right over there. So if we go up there, we can just place down another dirt block here and just shift place to add another portable interface right in that spot. So this should be the collection system, and what we need to do is we just need to lock these, because these will be for wheat, potatoes, seed, and rotten potatoes. The last two we will avoid, but the rest will go in there and they'll end up going all the way over to the animals. The next thing I think we need to do is add the soil for this, and for this little part of here I am going to use rich soil. So I think we're just going to mark out a rough shape. So let's make it 3 like that, and we'll do 2, 2, 1, and I think that gives a nice little rounding to it. And the reason why I'm doing this step now is because I do not have enough rich soil, so we do need to have some of these convert as we build. So I'm going to rip out the rest of the circle, put in the rich soil and organic compost. That way it can change while we build. So now that we have all of the rich soil and organic compost in place, it's time for us to build the actual farming unit. And this again is very simple. Right over here, we're going to do a mechanical bearing. We're going to add some andesite casing along here, and on top of that andesite casing we're just going to do a row of harvesters like so. And in this very first andesite casing I'm going to rip up and just plonk a barrel right over there. So now we've got storage for this contraption, and this is basically it. The only thing we have to do now is glue it all together, and for that we're just going to click on this little harvester, run it all the way over there, and from there to there, and now it's all connected. So if we were to give this power and flick it to turn, it will do so. But I'm just going to let it stand here for now and let all of this turn into rich soil. And while we do that, we can head off to the next area where we want to build a farm, and we'll come back to this a little bit later. So we've got the little rotational crop farm in this little area, and I know it's not looking very pretty, but just give it some time to change over and then we'll get back to it. But the next spot I want to tackle is that one over there. I know originally we said we might do like a farmer's stall or market or type thing, but I think I want to do a farm in that area because we already have all the food and stuff in the farmhouse. So to move it all the way back there again, it feels a bit counterproductive. So I'm going to use that for a new farm. And the farm I'm going to place here is nothing else than a moss farm. I have an idea of what I want to do. I do not know if I'm going to be able to get it to work, but we're going to try it together. First things first, I'm going to mark out the exact location. So some digging later, and we've got the location of the farm all marked out. I also placed it a little bit down, so the actual farm will be on this layer, and the idea is that it will be exposed and you will see the moss in this area, but I want to see if I can make it almost part of the landscape so you don't really see a lot of the Create Contraptions and stuff. So this is why this is in this location. So my general thought is we'll have this little line that will be constant, and then we'll have deployers placing down stone. We'll have some deployers bone mealing the moss blocks, which will spread to these. We'll have a contraption harvesting it all, and then we will have the machine that places the stone in this area over here. And then again, we're going to need a little cobble gen and a place to turn that cobble into stone, and that will be, I think maybe in this area we'll do like a little shed type build. But also another thing I want to do is I don't want this to run constantly, and I also don't want it to be stone when the farm's not active. So to do that, I think I'm going to have it be harvesting first. So it will first harvest all the moss, and then it will trigger the contraption to place the stone, and then it will only trigger the contraption to bone meal the moss blocks. And thus, when that returns, this will all be moss, and it will only get harvested once it gets a signal. So if we walk past here, we'll see the moss, and it will look like a green little, I almost want to say like a mossy pit or something. And then only when triggered, it will take all of that out and repeat the whole cycle. So that's the thought, that's the idea. If we're going to be able to do it, I don't know. We're going to have to see. So I think the first thing we need to do is sort out the bone meal part of this farm. I thought about it a bit, and I think we need to first start with the harvesting, because that's the first thing we want this contraption to do when it gets triggered, is harvest the blocks before it sets in motion the rest of the stuff. So first things first, harvesting. So we want this contraption to harvest these 3 blocks. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by placing a temporary little block, and on this temporary block, we're going to do a drill facing towards the temporary little block. And now we know that drill's over here, so we need to move 3 forward. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then it should be able to mine that one as well. So with that knowledge, we can say, well, we needed to push forward via a mechanical piston like that, and we said 3 forward like this. So that's the general idea, that this mechanical piston will push it forward, it will mine those 3, and then once it gets there, it will retract again as well. So I think before we go ahead and build all of them, let's just test this one and make sure it works. Okay, so we've got it connected up to power, and the power comes all the way from the steam engine on the other side of the farming area. So what we need to do now is we're going to work on the same system. Once it gets a signal, it will toggle this latch. It'll move forward and will slowly start to mine these blocks. I am going to test it just now to make sure it maybe works a bit faster when it harvests moss, because this is a bit slow. Let's see. And then it will stop. And once it stops, it will get toggled again after a timer. We're going to hook up with the system just now, and it'll go back into that position. The only thing I do notice is it's currently dropping the items, which I guess is fine. We can use backpacks again to pick it up. It just feels it would have been better if it could harvest the actual materials and keep it in its inventory. But maybe that will change once I add a storage to it. Yeah, let me test that real quick. Okay, so I tested it with moss. It goes a lot faster, and I just added a temporary little vault here, and it does pick up the items. So no need for backpacks. So we can rip that out now, and we can change all of this. And then I will see to putting in the rest of the drills on this side and also hooking up this side. And I'll bring you back once the harvesting part of this contraption is done. And just like that, we've got all the drills in. The most important thing about this is we've got power going into this chain drive, and it allows for this contraption to be going that way until it receives the signal, and then it's going to push forward. So it was very important to note that if we take this signal over via chain drive this way and that way, that we reverse it over here with a gearbox, because this is now currently pushing that way. And if we didn't have the gearbox, these would automatically extend, which means these will harvest while those don't, and vice versa. So because we have the gearbox, it works perfectly. But we can test it by right-clicking that, letting it run. You can see the moss goes a lot faster. And now it's harvesting. It's got the items in the vaults. It grabs the last, and then it stops. And after it stops here, what we wanted to do is return to its original state. And when it stops here, the items will flow through, into these little barrels at the moment. So now that the harvesting part's done, we need to look at the placing of blocks. For that, we need a cobble farm. So I'm not going to build one on camera. I'm going to use one I already built before in the past, and I'm just going to plonk it down using a schematic cannon, and then I'll bring you guys back once that's in. So the little cobble generator is in place, and it's exactly the same design I've been using the whole time. The only difference is I chopped it down and I made it a bit smaller, so it's not that big. And the reason for that is I'm not aiming for super efficient farms, but instead just farms that produce enough for me to use the items when I need the items. So if we drop down here, we made it a 2-in-1. So we've got the cobble farm up here, and if we jump down here, we've got the cobble falling down, and that's getting cooked into smooth stone as well. And now that we have the cobble farm in place, we can create the little contraption that will place down the stone, which will be then turned into moss. But let's first sleep. So now it's time for us to build the stone placer. That will be the second contraption that fires off once this farm's triggered. So what we need to do is on this wall, we need to place stone in this line, 3 blocks on this side and 3 blocks on that side. And we're going to do that by, first of all, placing a little temporary block over here. And on top of this temporary block, we're going to do a downward facing deployer. And this deployer will be the block that places all the stone, starting from here, all the way to the other side. So we know we're going to need 3 on this side. So we're just going to continue by saying 1, 2. So we've got 3. And then we're just going to use 1 as a temporary little block because we need 3 on this side. And we can rip the center one out. Now that we have those in place, we can go ahead and set the filter on these, and the filter will be stone because we want them to place down stone like that. And that's it for the deployers. But now another thing that could happen, these moss blocks, once you bone meal them, they do stand a chance of getting a carpet on top of them. And when that happens, you cannot bone meal them again. So we need to build a secondary little contraption right over here, something like that. With just a mechanical drill on it, we just need to make sure it faces the right way. So this little drill's just going to run along, and it's just going to remove the carpets before bone meal gets deployed. And that's basically it for this whole contraption. The only thing we need to do now is add a little storage unit at the back, add a loading system to get the stone into the system, and then I'm going to try and also do this using mechanical pistons again. I know it's the same thing again, but they work, and I want to try something different than a gantry, a carcass assembler, and those type of things. So I'm quickly going to get the storage unit in and then put in the mechanical piston, and then I'll bring you guys back. And we've added all the little parts. So we've got our deployers pointing down with stone as the input, and they'll just be placing stone down below. We've got a mechanical drill as shown that will clear any of the moss carpets and stuff that grows on the center line. At the back, we've got glued to this a little storage vault, and this will just be picking up the items. And then this I am not sure if it's going to work. So basically what's going to happen is the items will run across into this vault, and once it moves, it will just stop, and once the vault is in the same place again, it will start picking up again. And then again, this thing has to extend with 25 blocks to reach the very end. So I just dug a little tunnel running 25 blocks down there. So the next thing we need to do is see if this little contraption of mine works with this vault. And what we're going to do is we're just going to place a drawer controller right over here. And then if we flip this with a wrench, we see items rolling over and we see them going into the vault. So that part works. Now the second part is powering this thing and seeing if we can let it run all the way to the other side, allow it to place some blocks, and then we'll also force it to return. So let's quickly do that. And how we're going to do that is with the same little system we've got over there, we're going to use a powered latch to change the direction of the gear shift. Thus, when powering it, it will make the contraption run that way. And after 20 seconds, this piece of redstone will power the power latch again, turning this off again, and then reversing the contraption. 20 seconds is just a guess. I'm going to have to time it perfectly to make sure it works. But for now, this should be enough to test the system. So with this temporary little button, we're going to push it. We're going to see the contraption move. And how far will 20 seconds get it? Okay, we can actually make the time on that a lot less. Yeah, we can maybe try for 15 or whatever. But okay, it works. So we've figured out the second part of the contraption. So we've got harvesting down, and then we've got deploying our stone done. Now the next part is turning all the stone into moss using bone meal. So with this whole bone meal of the moss blocks, I had to come up with something a little bit different because I do not want to use bells, and what I came up with is we're going to do a temporary little block like that. We're going to put our deployer like this, and then into this deployer we will run a hopper. Now it's very important that we put a filter on this deployer, so to say that only bone meal comes in, and then on top of this we add a drawer control slave, and this will hook up to the trim that goes to the bone meal storage, and this hopper will only take bone meal out. But now this hopper can take 5 stacks of bone meal, so that's quite a lot to fill up. So what we can do with this is just add in a little block, and I'm going to use framed lattice because I don't use them a lot and I might not use them in this area at all. And that way the bone meal will only go into the first slot. So wherever our bone meal storage will be, it will filter into this, and that's how we're going to get these hoppers, these deployers filled up. So I can remove this little temporary block, and now I just need to repeat this 4 more times. Okay, so all the modules are in, and I also went ahead and added the filter in each of them, and I connected it all up with some trims, and right over here I added a single drawer that I want to put the bone meal in, and a drawer controller. This will be moved later on, but just for testing purposes now we're going to fill it with all my bone meal, and you can see it's filtering out. And if we look at these, we'll see they're slowly filling up, and we have bone meal in the system, which means this is currently working. I don't know if that's the fastest way, but I mean, we're not going to use all 40 watt odd bone meal in one go, so I'm really not too bothered about it. So now the next thing we need to do is just get the system connected to power, and then we can give it a test. So everything's powered now, and we've got this crude little system set to 5 seconds extension on this pulse extender. And what should happen is once that contraption triggers this contraption, this should fire. That should stay on for 5 seconds. I can see we have some moss growing down here, but we'll deploy quite a few times before it stops deploying up here, which is fantastic. And now this is actually a prime example of things that will happen here that we cannot control, like this moss carpet, because we won't be able to bone meal this again. So let's see if we can test all the machines in sequence. So we're going to start off with this one. There it goes, deploying everything. It's also going through everything. It removes the trees and stuff quite quickly. I don't know if the grass in itself is a problem, but we'll have to see. Then it stops. The only thing I do notice is it will drop these items, and I'm scared they become a problem. So I don't know if we should allow this contraption to push them, and we just add like a little pickup system on the end. So this system then will return, and once this returns, it should trigger this system down here, which will then start to bone meal everything. And just like I expected, the grass does hinder the bone meal process. So after a lot of head scratching, pondering and wondering, I think I finally figured it out. And I also went ahead and added all the final bits to it as well. So let's jump down. So first of all, this contraption I changed. It doesn't look the best because it's got a plow at the back and a mechanical drill in front. And it has exactly the same at the back as well. Plow and mechanical drill. And the reasoning for this is now, while it goes, it can remove everything that's been left in place. But once it reaches the other side, I want it to trigger the bone meal part of it. And then as it returns, this side can remove all the things that is being grown in front of it when it's heading back. That way, it will maximize the amount of area that gets bone mealed, and we'll get a lot more moss. But doing it this way means we need to add a redstone link to this contraption, and we need to add a point for it to connect over here, where it will send a signal down to the bone meal pod, which will be bone mealing for 20 seconds while the contraption returns. I also went ahead and added backpacks down here, and these backpacks, if we click on a magnet, they just pick up these items. Not so much moss, but all the other things drop every now and then. And what happens is it's just connected to a temporary little storage over here. And from here, it will change these items into bone meal, and the bone meal will go back into the system. And I'm going to change it to in such a way that as soon as this drawer gets filled up, then only do we trigger this system over here. So with that said, there's still a lot of redstone bits to be done, so I'm gonna do some redstone and create contraption planning, and then I'll bring you guys back for one final test once it's done. So we've got the system in, and honestly it does not look like much at the moment. It just looks like a sunken moss farm, and it's not good. But anyway, if we head on down here, this part will still be manual until I hook it up to the greater track system. Once I push that, this will start to harvest, and as this harvest, it will collect the items, and the items it does not pick up, like the azalea trees and stuff, those will drop and get picked up by the backpacks as well. Little side note from editing me. So the whole hopper feeding into the deployer system did not work because I don't know what I was thinking of, but other items that was in the system got taken out by the hopper and also tried to go into the deployer. So I had to opt for a different type of system. So this will just take the bone meal from here, send it over this and into the deployer, which I notice now still needs their funnels. But yeah, that's how we're doing it now. Then this system will go back all the way over there, and it's going to trigger this little gadget over here, which I know the timing is out a bit. I need to make that a little bit shorter. But once that goes, it should pulse over there, and this pulse will then send out this contraption running all the way to that side over there. Once the redstone link touches, that fires the signal and the bone mealing process starts. But it seems like not a lot happens, but that's because of the other blocks growing on top of those moss. So these machines will then harvest those and ensure we get a bigger yield of moss blocks and all the extra bits. And then once again, when it returns, everything is all stationed and it will not take off not until we give it a signal again. So now we've got another really bad looking farm in the area, and we need to make this look a little bit better. But for now, let's quickly go check back on the potato and the wheat farm. So all the soil has been turned in the potato and wheat farm area, and we can actually now plant the crops we need in this area and also turn this contraption on, and it will just constantly feed the animals over there, which will then in turn produce more meat for the bigger barn build. But this little farm, just like the moss farm, really does not look good at all. So I think it's time we roll a super duper long build montage. So sit back, enjoy as we spruce up the area. So I don't think the build montage even comes near to showing the amount of work that I put into this area, and I am so excited. I am really so excited. I've got the biggest smile on my face, and let's do a slow reveal first of the animal farm and that side of the riverbank. Just look at that. It looks so good. I'm loving it, and I'm so excited because it feels like this whole area is now slowly coming together. But then also in front of me we've got the little moss farm, which we should take a look at as well. And this is the little moss farm. I know there's still a lot of open spaces, but just look at this. We've added some trees, we added the little building for the cobblestone, we added that spruce tree or pine tree or whatever just to fill it up as well. And this is the little moss farm, and I think it looks epic. I love how it's integrated into the ground, and it totally works, but we will get around to that. it's just fantastic. And if we go in here, we've got a little storage, we've got the cobble gen, which is turned off. But I think let's first head on over to that area. So starting out in this area right next to the road, we've got this little automatic farm that just constantly harvests wheat and potatoes, and all the wheat and potatoes then in the end make its way over to the animal breeders. And if we fly just around here, we'll see, yeah, we've got some wheat and stuff in here, which is perfect. And then just every afternoon, the animals get bred and all the meat makes its way into the butcher. Then if we continue up this road, we build up this little cliff. And again, I think it just looks really, really cool. I love those two trees I've added just because I feel like it just frames everything better. The roads, and then this is a little pathway we added to the house as well. And like I mentioned, these two trees just frame it. If we head on up here, we've got a little wheat field on this side that we'll most probably never use, but it's there. And on this side, I decided instead of going for wheat, we'll do a little flower patch. And again, this whole area just feels so much more immersive, and I'm loving it, and I can't wait to tackle the rest of this farm. But for now, let's head on up here and just take a look from this angle. Yeah, it just all looks so fantastic. And all the pumpkins and melons are fully grown. We need to set up the schedule, the final schedules, but I feel like I first want to get all the farms in. I did also get a suggestion to remove the mud blocks because pumpkins and melons can't grow on them, so I removed them. I'm not sure who commented it, but I appreciate that comment so much. But yeah, this whole area, it's just looking so amazing. Like, I would live here. I would live here in real life. This is really cool. But anyway, let's head on over to the moss farm and let's test that bad boy. So we're over here at the moss farm, and the idea was that I wanted it to look like this integrated pit in the area, and I think it came out looking really neat. So this is just a temporary little hole I made. I need to hook all of this up to the bigger system once we get there. But if we jump down and we just trigger the harvesting mechanic, we'll see that the blocks start to get harvested like shown before, and we have this giant exposed hole in the floor, which is really cool. Then it will slowly retract, and once it's retracted, that contraption over there will get launched as well. But that contraption I changed a bit, so I included a part of the cliff in the design just because I think it looks a bit better when it's hidden away. So that's really cool. And another thing I just remembered that I want to do is I want to replace these brown blocks with framed moss blocks, because that way they look like moss but items can't get built on top of them. And there it returns now, and as it's returning, things get bone mealed and we just have moss all over the place. So this system is also working really nice. I am not sure why that's doing that. I think it's because there was a glued block right next to it. Or it could be because it's a framed block. Yeah, it's a framed block, because all of these stone blocks are framed blocks just to make sure we have some stone mixed in the area and not everything gets turned into moss. But anyway, let me change these out and then I'll bring you guys back. So now those center blocks are all framed moss blocks, and I think it looks a whole lot better than just having that brown stripe running through this farm. But I am loving this area. Even all the trees and little bushes, the bamboo and everything, it's just looking really cool. We do have a few casualties of war where we need to replace some blocks, but apart from that, it's all working and I just love it. I don't know, I think this is by far my favorite place, and I'm actually getting worried about not having any more farms to build in this area and having to leave this area behind. But let's not think about that right now. But with all this building and creating, I've kind of ran out of time, and it's been a really packed episode and I've enjoyed it so much. But now I would like to know what your thoughts on this little bank over here and the little moss pit area right over here. So go head down to the comments, let me know what you think of the two areas, and also remember, like, subscribe and smash that notification bell because it really helps me out, and that way you won't miss me doing any of these type of things. Till the next episode, bye for now. In the previous episode, we terraformed this entire coastal area and included another rotational crop farm that provides food to all the animals that we then process into the meat variants. Before we came over here and built this moss farm hidden in the landscape that mines the moss, places the stone, that bone meals that stone, and turns it into moss. But turning something like this into something like this requires a whole lot of bushes and custom trees that are all made out of these leaves. So in this episode, we're going to spruce up this area, and then we're going to use this area to create a little leaf farm so we don't have to worry about leaves again in the future. So I think this area is perfect for a little tree farm, because then we break it up with not doing crops again or doing grass and something like that, but maybe we do a little cliff coming out, and it can go out quite a bit, say up to here, and then we can have access via a footpath in there, and also maybe a footpath over there with trees growing in this area. I'm thinking maybe 2 rows of trees, one we harvest the whole time and the second that's permanent to hide it and to make this area look nice. But that is something I will not be sure of, not until we get some work done. So I think the first thing we need to do is maybe just dig a little hole and clear out this area to ensure we've got enough space to do the contraption-y bits down there. And then when we get done with that, we can start planning this area a little bit better. So we got the hole dug, and I did mark out where we're going to have trees, and we're going to have trees growing on this side, one line, and over here, one line. And I'm using rich soil because rich soil allows for azalea trees to grow without bone meal, which is fantastic. So we can have the azalea growing on these, and we can have the normal birch on that side. And azalea and birch are the two I'm going to use the most, so all my trees contain them. But if we want to change it up, we can just replace saplings, and it should work perfectly. But the first thing we need to do is we need to add ourselves some deployers underneath. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to place a temporary little block, we're going to go down, and we're going to shift click, and we're going to place ourselves a little deployer. I am going to, however, turn it so it faces this way, so we have the power input in one line, and that is basically it. And then we can rip out this. So I'm quickly going to place all of the deployers, and then we can look into connecting up power. So now we've got the deployers in, and before we start connecting things up and giving them inputs, we need to figure out where the vehicle is going to go. And if we go over here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 between 2 trees. So we can just come down onto this track over here, and I think let's make it a little bit lower, maybe something like this. And our actual vehicle will run on this track over here that we'll put in some rails, and we're just going to use a minecart contraption for that. And then we're just going to do this to cap it off. And I do think this is far enough. It might actually be too far. We might bring it back a bit. But for now, this is our little temporary little track. And then over here, we need to decide, we can just rip this out. Now we just need to decide if we're going to have it go all the way over here and stop and be parked like this before it runs. Or do we want it to turn and maybe sit in a spot like this? Not sure. I think for now I'm just going to let it run straight and just end up over here. So now that we have that, it is time for us to maybe look into getting items into these deployers, and we're going to do that again using item drains and funnels and such, where items come out of the drawer system, goes onto a drain, and then gets picked up by these little deployers. And to do this input system, we're just going to make it very simple. We're going to put a temporary little block over there. On that temporary block, we're going to do 2 drains. Then we'll have the trim coming up from the storage area. We'll have ourselves a controller slave. We'll have a little output over here and an input in there. And this funnel, we'll just downscale and make it say, for example, exactly 4. It doesn't really matter. I just don't want everything to start pouring out at once. So maybe we should make it exactly 1. And that way the sapling of choice will come out here, and it will go into this system over here. I do think we should maybe limit it so we have, say, half of the tree types on this side and the other half of the tree types on that side, with the exclusion of dark oak. But this is basically it. So then we can rip this out, and this we can just dig down and hook up to the bigger storage area in the end. So I think I need to place a bunch of drains and funnels. So I ended up adding all the drawer trims over here, added all the drains and the funnels, and I changed these funnels to andesite ones because they don't need to be the brass funnels, and everything's set to exactly one sapling, so it should work. So this all should work now. We just need to connect it up to the bigger storage, which I haven't decided if I want it over here somewhere with the melons and pumpkins, or should I put it somewhere over here. But over here again, I'm worried it's in the way or it's too close to the contraption. But enough about that. The next thing we need to do is set up power, and the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to get power all the way from over there, which I already prepared, bring it up and then feed it into each and every one of these deployers. And we're going to do that by just placing a gearbox on each of these, connect it via a shaft, and at the end we'll just make it go down, and we will then have it connect to the main power. So a lot of gearbox placing, and I'm going to do that real fast. Okay, so the power's been connected. I have all the gearboxes. I added shafts and then just encased them in the andesite casing just to make it look a bit neater, and we repeated on this side. We then went down and underneath where the contraption's going to run, and we just took it all the way over here, and over here we connected it to this main power line that comes from a steam engine, and we just sped it up to 48 just so it plants the trees a little bit faster. And I think this is perfect, but I do however think what we need to do is maybe add a clutch right over here. And in this way, I want to change it so as soon as the contraption reaches this point over here, we should have this redstone contact that will get a signal, and it will fire this little clutch over here, and then only it will plant the trees. That way we don't have this thing running constantly trying to plant trees when there's already a sapling on the block. So let me see how we're going to do that. So I think how we're going to do it is we're going to take another block and place a little temporary block over there, and then right on this one we'll place a block facing upwards. And basically what's going to happen is the contraption, as soon as it runs over this block, it's going to make the contact, reach this area, and then from here we need to do some form of signal that triggers that. So the first part of this contraption is we need to power this thing. So if we do this and this, we've got that powered, so now we can see the deployers are stopped. And the next thing we need to do is we need to give this power and allow it to get turned off. And how we're going to do that is we're just going to put a pulse extender right over here, and from this pulse extender we will be getting our power from this here redstone link. So this will be a receiver. So once the contraption touches the redstone contact over there, this will get powered, it will power this, and we're going to change this to a set amount of time. We'll have to play around with it. I think 10 ticks should be enough to plant saplings on each of those. And for 10 ticks, it will power this block, which will turn off the torch, which will allow the deployers to run. The part on this side is relatively easy, so I just moved the redstone link over to this side, added a redstone link on this side, made it so this is not a receiver, and put in the code of sapling on top, leave in the bottom, and I linked it up to that side. So now if we were to power this real quick, we'll see they'll run, and they stop after a while. So that should be working now, and I think it's ready to be tested. So the next thing I think we need to do is maybe get a little storage system in so we can see if we can send saplings through the system and get a few saplings planted. But first we need to sleep and we need to get out of the rain. So I know I mentioned we need to do the storage for this little farm first, but I think before we do that we should maybe do a little build montage and get the cliff face in on this area. That way we know what the area will look like, and we can then easily add on to that the storage and decorations. So sit back and enjoy a real speedy build montage. And now we have a little clip that hides the technical bits of this farm, and it also allows for us to think about where we want to add our storage. So the general idea is the immersion, and if we walk down here, I wanted to gradually go up and onto this level where we will have the tree farm. So I was thinking that we take the trims up there and we do the storage in this area in the shape of a bush or something, and we'll just have the different leaves in drawers over here. But before I do that storage, I think we should first put the filters on these funnels to ensure that the right items go out of the right side. So I'm crafted 12 filters, 6 for that side, 6 for this side. And if we open them and we search saplings in JEI, we can open it up and we can actually just go and say, okay, well, on this one, we only want to do oak, and then let's say azalea, and we're going to just pull in the azaleas like that. So on this filter, we already have those 3. And I was thinking now, I'm going to remove the oak from there, and I'm just going to leave azalea on this one, and we'll make it allow. We're going to say yes. And on this one, we're going to change it. We're going to say birch and oak, and we're going to say okay, because those are mainly the leaves I build with. It's more azalea and birch. But now we have it covered, so we can then go onto this side, and on each of these, we can just add one of the azalea, one of these filters, which is birch and oak, like so. And on the other side, we're just going to add the azalea bushes, so this side will always just produce azalea. And if we need something else, I will come and add it to the filter, but for now, I think this is gonna be it. And now that we have the filters in over there, we could just come down over here with the trims, and we're gonna drag them all the way over to this side over here, connect it up there, and then just run it up into the wall like this. And then before I add that one, I'm just going to add my drawers in here and just add some items into those drawers, and then we'll test it. So I placed the little storage area and it's not connected yet. So if we place this now, well, I did test it over there, but if we place this now, we should see some of the other trees going into the deployers. So now we've got everything in there, and if we flick this lever real quick and we flick it back, it did not place the trees. Why not? What if I were to remove that one and place it one down? Oh no. So all of this is built 1 block too low. So I'm going to see if I can maybe make it work. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so take 2. Let's pretend that never happened. But if I were to place this trim here, blocks start to flow in, and then if we temporarily power it, I heard place edge, and we should have trees now. So it only took me a few minutes to rip all of that up, lift it all up, and now it's working. And there we see the first tree has grown. So I'm quickly going to rip up this whole area, get this side sorted. So I went ahead and I fixed the whole system on the birchwood side as well, and then I also added 2 drawers because I forgot this thing's going to be producing some oak and birch wood as well that I have been thinking about. I might be able to use those instead of the blaze cakes to fuel the burners, but that will be an in-between project if and when I do approach it. But for now, let's build this contraption. So right over here, we'll have our cart assembler, and from here, I'm just going to go up using the andesite casing all the way to the top, right about here. And then from here on, we need to build our contraption. So we know it's a 5 gap in between. So that is 5. And then on these blocks over here, we're going to have our saws that will be taking down the wood, and that one is placed the wrong way around. We just need to do it like that, and that will run and that will cut the tree once we're done gathering the leaves. But because I want to gather leaves before I cut it down, I think we should maybe do something like this. We can rip those out and we can put our saw over here. So that will, in theory, give the contraption some time to first gather some of the leaves before it cuts down the actual tree. So that could work. We might move it one forward, But anyway, from there, we know that we need to gather leaves, and the leaves will only be a little bit higher. So I think if we do something like this, and we have our harvesters on these, oh, this is going to be so irritating to place. Like so, we should be able to harvest some of the leaves. Yeah, that should be fine. And again, this one also gets ripped out, and we do that. So that way it will run and will harvest the leaves first. So it's going to gather quite a few leaves before it cuts down the trees. And I think that can work. I don't know how I'm going to make it look like something pretty, but I can make it work. I might actually move it back a bit more so it's almost over here, and then we just have like a shed, almost like a garage like that, but not as big, and this contraption just hides in it. Yeah, that could work. But anyway, let's quickly head on here, and now down here we need to change this and make sure it says lock rotation, and we also have to glue this all the way over here. We have to glue this one straight through like this, and then these like so, and the same on this side to there. But then we also need to connect those two, so all of that's one contraption, and we need to connect these, and then we just need to make sure that these are contraption. And now if we push control, yeah, it seems like everything's connected. So in theory, this thing should be able to fully function now. So what I'm going to do is quickly grab a minecart and I'll head down there. So I also forgot we had to add the redstone contact to it. So I just brought this out by one, put on a redstone contact underneath, and that is to trigger that one over there. Now, if I were to place a rail minecart on here, let's just see if it runs. It does, and it should have enough momentum to power this, but for now we're just gonna flick this lever, and when that minecart comes back, it should pick up this contraption. It should go. It triggers the deployers, and now when a tree grows, we should get some leaves. Okay, it didn't pick up anything because we forgot to add storage to it, but at least it's doing what it should. So let's just turn it off. And once it comes back, it should just park, and the minecart should continue to travel. Okay, perfect. So now what we need to do is add storage, and I think I'm just going to do a 3 wide vault in here, like 1, 2, 3 down there, and then that should also be done. Okay, so I made it a little bit taller. I added a little vault to the back, like you can see. So let's test this again. Click the lever. Once that gets back, it should pick it up. It grabs some leaves. It grabs the logs. That's awesome. So it's not going to be a super fast contraption, but it's going to get the job done, which I'm happy about. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to stop it again, hook it up to a portable interface, and hook that up to the storage system over here. And then we can start looking at making this area look a little bit prettier. Okay, so I've changed up a bit of things in regards to the redstone and so forth. And if we fly on down here, let's stop because a llama fell in front of it, but that will constantly run. And then how I'm going to rig it is once a day when the little truck goes around, because the thing is the truck's going to trigger all the main things like the harvester and all of those things. So once that triggers, it will trigger a redstone contact for this area, and it will power this thing, this pulse extender, for 60 minutes. So then for 60 minutes, it will run constantly harvesting and stuff like that. 60 minutes. I think that's too much. I'm gonna reduce it to 10. I'm gonna reduce it to 10 minutes. So because a Minecraft day and night is 20 minutes, so 10 minutes should actually be pretty good. So then for 10 minutes, it's going to trigger, it's going to run this back and forth, and harvest all the blocks we need. And then it's going to shut down. Oh, it's the deployer. I was confused for a minute. And then another thing I did is we have a little overflow vault in this area, and we've got this little threshold switch that's monitoring it. So once the vault reaches a certain capacity, it will trigger this little contraption, which then will push this piston and push that block, which, if I am correct with my redstone, it will prevent this from triggering the contraption. I'm not sure. This is redstone a la Dio. It might fail, and it's okay. So we'll just see. But for now it works, and I think we should just give it a pulse and just let it go and see how it goes. And then I think once the 10 minutes is done, I'm going to do a little build montage of me fixing up this area, making it look a lot better, and I'll bring you guys back once we've got all of this done. So sit back, enjoy a little build montage. And we're done. We managed to make this cliff also look like something. So let me show you. First of all, we've got this little camping area. There was this piece left, so I thought, why not create a little area where we can come, sit down, and have a braai. And then if you follow this little road up, it heads through this area past the melons, and we're back at the melon farm. But then if you turn this way, we're right here at the leaf / little bit wood farm, and it's been running a bit. It's not super effective, but again, it only needs to produce enough for me to stay ahead, and this is already more than enough. And then if we continue through here, we've got this new little structure where the harvester is parked, and it's not the biggest, it's not the fanciest, but it works. It hides the contraption, well, at least from 3 points. And then I did do a little path with some grass and stuff, so you can walk through here when the contraption's not triggered. And on this side, we just decorated again with little pots. And these are like little pots where we're growing the baby trees before we plant them. And then that's what it looks like from over here. And I think it's just something different on the coastline. And if we head on over here, yeah, it just changes it up a bit, makes it look a lot nicer. I do like this. And then currently it's not activated, it's not connected to anything. So if we want to trigger it, for now we have to jump down here, hit in here, and I just push that button. And that should trigger it for 5 minutes at the moment. There it goes, it was offloading. It harvests. And I note it also leaves all the grass and things intact because it's not meant to harvest that, which is a bonus because I was worried it's going to have to be an ugly little area. But there we see all the plants, all the trees. Not sure why these are like this. Why did they not plant? Okay, well, I'll just have to look into those. These are fine. They planted. Whoop. I think the timing was just off on that. Okay, so we just need to fix the timing. But now, every now and then, this thing will just trigger, it will go, trees will grow, and it will harvest. And I think that's a fun little passive leaf farm we've got going. And we get a few other things like mentioned. So I will see what we do to that. But for now, I would call this a success. And it looks really, really cool. just a quick view from this side as well. And again, it's not the prettiest of houses or buildings, but I do like it. I think it still works in the area. I might just add copycat frames in those holes for the place of windows, because I don't want to add glass, but I think, yeah, I think that could look really nice. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that. It looks a lot better than just adding glass, but that's the leaf farm. That's the leaf farm, and I am super, super excited about it. I, however, do know it's been a bit of a different episode, and I was absent last week, and I do apologize for that. IRL things have just been really, really busy, but I think everything's sorted, and hopefully we won't miss another video. Well, not soon at least. Anyway, if you did enjoy this video, then do remember, hit the like button, do subscribe, and I can't wait to see you all in the next video. And also, there's a new stream series starting soon, and I'm super excited, so I hope to see you all there as well. Till next time, bye for now. In the previous episode, we addressed another barren part of the farming area that we turned into a quaint little camping site, where we then also went ahead and added 2 rows of trees, azalea and birch, that we then in turn harvest for leaves and logs that we use throughout this build to make the area look a whole lot nicer. But in this week's episode, I want to find a home for the bees in our manual bee farm located in our flower farm. And what better place to relocate them to than this spot right over here, by the entrance to the farming area that still has nothing built on it. So before we can start in this area, we need to consider everything we need in this area. And I think what I want to do is I want to have a little garden or beehive area over here, almost like the one we did over there. But the idea is that I want to somehow use those beehives as the actual storage for this bee farm or honey farm. And then after this little storage, I think we need to do maybe some form of build in this area. Again, it's not going to be super massive or super effective. It's just going to have a few hives that will allow us to gather the necessary items from the bees. And then I'm thinking we should maybe do something where we can head down to the pond again, almost like what we did over there, but that will bring us down to this area. And I'm thinking this area over here, because if we build up this bank as well, or this edge as well, we'll have a natural little area flowing down into this area. But before that can happen, I think I need to maybe just add a few stone blocks in this area to get it looking a little bit more natural like that. And maybe just dig out a little area or mark out a little area where we're going to do a little build. And then that way we can take it to the next step. So let me do that real quick. Okay, so first of all, I dug a little hole over here, and I think this will be the total size of the building. I don't want it to be too big, because this build, if it's too big, it's going to hinder the view and everything. So I think if we do something small in this area with a nice garden in front, it will be perfect. Then over here, I added a bunch of cliffs and stuff, or rocks and stuff. I wanted to do something like this cliff, but I think this is a more natural transition where we have the strong cliff over here, and then it transitions into a softer shoreline with just rocks scattered all over. And I went ahead and already added this little dock. I do think it's necessary, and I wish you could sit with your feet hanging off, but now we have a little fishing spot as well. So we've got a little camping spot or braai area over there. And then over here, we've got a little dock so we can catch our fish before we go and put it on the braai. But that looks really cool. So I do like what this looks like, but I think the next thing we need to do is maybe start planning a little bit of the Create contraption. But before we can do that, I'm just going to off camera just get some power all the way from over there brought over all the way to over here. So first things first, placing the hives. So I marked out this area with the corners still intact to show that I want walls to run over there, there, and there. So what we need to do is we need to have a set of deployers in this area that will be using shears on the hives, and we also need to do pumps. So I think that right about here, running across will be where we put our hives. So we'll have 5 hives over there, and for now I'm just going to put down 5 empty hives, and we'll bring the bees over. So that's the location of the hives. And then for now, what I'm going to do is in front, we can just add a bunch of dirt, because here we will do grass and other textures later on. But this will be where we have our actual flowers where the bees will come get the nectar before they head into the hives. So now that we have the hives in, I'm going to place 2 little temporary blocks over there, and on these temporary blocks we will have our little deployers, and we can remove these temporary blocks. Those will just be responsible for pushing shears into the hives and getting the honeycomb from these hives. The other 3, however, we're just going to add pipes like this, and then right underneath those we're going to add pumps like so, and these 3 will basically pump honey, the liquid honey, out and into a tank that we will place down there. Underneath these 2 deployers we also need to go and place ourselves 2 smart chutes, and the reason for smart chutes is the fact that we need to tell this that we want to extract only honeycomb. Whoop, that's the wrong one. That we want to extract only honeycomb from them, otherwise they will take out the shears as well. And then right over here we can put down a normal chute, and then onto the side of that we can do that and that, and that over there is how we're going to get the honeycomb out. We can remove that one for now. I'm not sure if we're going to pump directly into it or if we're first going to change it into the honeycomb blocks, because that's something I want to do as well. We're also going to have to feed shears into these deployers. So on the sides of these, on the outsides, I'm going to place 2 hoppers like so, and then onto these hoppers like this we're just going to place double chests. This might be a bit of overkill, but I don't want to forget about this and then come back to this not working. So I'll rather fill those up with shears, then we have enough to last us quite a while. The last thing we need to do as it starts to rain is just hook up all of these to power, and basically we're going to put a cog like so. Now that means we only have to power one of these and we'll power all of those, but also at the same time I want to add another cog over here with a little gearbox, vertical gearbox on top of that, and that will power those 2. So we can basically power this entire contraption by just putting power into one of these slots, and I think I might actually go down here. Yeah, there's the power, and we'll power it from this point over here. So now we can get that connected. So I've connected it all up and it's working. We've got the pumps turning and we have the deployers pushing back and forth as well. So with that said, now we can work on what happens below. And what I want to do is we need to take fluid from those pumps and into a tank. And I don't want it to start right underneath the dirt because we might want to do some form of sealing. So right from there, we've got a temporary little block, and then we're going to just add a little tank like this, and we're going to bring it all the way down to here. Again, not all the way to the bottom, because I do think I want to add a floor in here and maybe turn this into some form of basement build. But now that we have the tank, the next thing we need to do is connect up all the pipes. So this one is straightforward. It's just going to come down like this, and in this one I think we need to do something like this, and maybe add an additional one like so. So we've got that coming over, and then we can just add it like this. And that in theory should take all of the liquid honey we get, pump it into this tank, and from this tank we will pump it into the next phase. So now that we have this whole tank in, we've got it all connected, the next thing we need to do is turn this honey into the 2 forms we can get from it. The first one being honey bottles, and the second being honey blocks. And for the one, we're going to just use a spout, and we're going to pump honey into glass bottles that we will supply. And the second method will be to take honey, put it in a basin, and using a mechanical press and pressing it into a block. So before we can do that, I think we need to place a floor, and what better floor block than actual beehive. So now that we have some form of floor in here, it's time for the next step. So what I want to do is right over here, I want to add 2 shafts like that, and I'm just going to do 2 more in front of those. And from here we're going to take our belt, and we're just going to run our belt all the way over here. And the idea is basically that we want the one side to have the honey go into a basin, get pressed and turn into honey blocks, and on the other side we want glass bottles to go out, get filled with by a spout, and then head on to the storage as well. So I did make it 1 block shorter, and the reason for that is right over here I want to do a temporary little block, and we're going to add our basin right over there. and this basin will be the one where we pump honey into, and from there it will output the honey block onto this belt that will go to the storage. And then right next to this, I'm going to do another little temporary block. This is where we're going to have a chest or a barrel or something with glass bottles in, and the glass bottles will go out, and I think right about here maybe. Yeah, I think so. I think we can remove one more. Oops. One more over here, and then we can just do 3 like that. Let me just get all of this back in again. Yeah, I think this is fine. And right over here, we're going to place our spout like so. So we'll have honey blocks being made and honey bottles in front. And then right over here, we're going to hook it up to this drawer system that will then get linked up to the storage over there. So I think what I need to do is maybe just hook up all the pipes and stuff in this area, and then I'll bring you guys back. So I spent a little time and I got it all connected up. So basically we've got a pump pumping honey directly from the tank into the basin over there. We've got a press on top of that, so as soon as it's filled, the press will push down and the honey blocks will go out and it will go into these drawers. We just need to add the chute still, the funnel still. And on this side we also have honey pumping out, going into the spout, and the spout will be filling bottles, which I've also added to this area over here. And this is basically it. And now the next part we need to do is add almost exactly the same system on the other side, with the slight difference that this system will only have one of these contraptions, and it will be the basin and a press, so it can press honeycomb into honeycomb blocks, and the normal honeycomb will just head into the storage. So for that, I think I'm just going to bring items down from over here, or I might filter them into a drawer, send the drawer controllers away, and then let that system run right over here. So we're only going to have one track that will be creating the honeycomb blocks, and as soon as the honeycomb block storage is filled, we will start to slowly fill up the honeycomb itself. So I think let me get some basics in place and I'll bring you guys back. So I've spent some time down here and I added the second contraption, and like I mentioned, it will just take honeycomb out. The honeycomb will get pressed into a honeycomb block and we'll just go into the system, and from there we will send everything to a storage system above. And I think it's going to look quite neat. I am for now just going to leave it as it is. It's got a nice little floor, it's got the systems, we've got a little ladder up here that goes all the way to the top to this area, and then that's what we have for the basement as of now. Because I think what I want to do is I want to use some of the honey blocks and the honeycomb blocks to decorate the basement, and before we can get those, we need to get this farm fully functional, which means we need to add bees to it. But before we add bees, I think it's very important that we maybe build a little house, get this area decorated, and just spruce it up all over in general. So sit back, enjoy a super duper build montage. As per usual, we're starting it off in shaders because, I mean, just look at it. Oh, I love this area. I think this is by far my favorite area I've ever built. But let's just run through this. So we added some trees over here. You enter into this secondary little area for bees, as we have one over there, but it's not really that functional. And then I've got all these little hives over here, and this center hive I turned into the storage. So one of those hives happened to have a bee in it, and it's been producing a few tiny bits over here, which is perfect. I did use this drawer because I don't build a lot with honey, so this should be more than enough for this farm over here. And if we go in here, we've got our single bee. He's currently in there. Yeah, there we go. And down here we have the way to get down to this area. So this area is really cool. And if we head on through here, we've got this little pathway running down here, and we can follow this all the way down to this little dock. And if we just hover back this way, we can just take a little look at this, and I have to admit, I love it. I love all these little banks, and I cannot wait for this area to be complete because I've got some ideas for something I want to do in this area as well. But before we can do that, and before this farm is totally ready, we need to just drag a few bees in here. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to place down the beehives that I had in the flower farm over there. I'm going to put them down. I'm going to let the bees go out, and then I'll remove the hive before they can go back into that hive, thus claiming one of these. So I'm going to do that, and then I'll bring you guys right back. And after a whole lot of time, we actually got all these hives filled up, and we have the bees in here, a bunch of them already been busy, and we can even see some honey seeping out of those hives. So that's perfect, and with that going, this will slowly start to fill up, and we will see more and more items flow into the system. Once the honeycomb blocks are full and the honey blocks are full, these two will fill up as well. But for now, I think this is another great success, and I really love how this area came together. What I might do is take the other bees that are still in the hives and just set them free in this area, and hopefully they stick around and add to the immersion of this area. But sadly, we've run out of time for this week's episode, and I need to call it. You see, I still have a lot of editing to do, and it needs to render because it needs to go up in a few. So for now, I'm just going to sit here and fish, and I'm going to ask you guys, remember to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell if you haven't done so yet. I mean, a lot of you are watching, but not a lot of you are subscribed. So come on, hit that subscribe button. And then also let me know what you think of the bee farm and the dock. And also, if you can think of any other farms we should add to this area, then list them down below. Remember, these farms are all crop related, so it doesn't mean stuff like kelp or guardians or stuff like that. So let me know down in the comments, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Bye for now. In the previous episode, we've made a new home for these little friends, and we moved them out of the greenhouse and into this little apiary over here, where we've been gathering the honey using the Create mod, where we've been sending it down these chutes into the basement to make honey-filled bottles, honey blocks, and even compressed honeycomb that we store all out in front in this little storage system hidden among the beehives. We then ended up decorating this area, adding a bunch of flowers and stuff and leaves to the area, but also building a little dock down here where we can sit and fish and enjoy ourselves as we look out on the entire farming area. But you see, we can't just sit here and fish the whole day. No, I've got plans to invite friends to the server real soon. And if I want to show them something like this area behind me, I need to get them here. And how will I do that? Well, by building stations in empty spots like this, and this one, and maybe even this one. But before we can build any of those platforms and stations, I need to come back to where it all started. Spawn. The spawn of the world we're in today. This is where the adventure began, and this is where we're going to have to build the very first station. And from here, we're going to link it up to all the areas mentioned, and maybe even some more. So this is Spawn, and even though Spawn has a lot of nice views and a lot of pretty things you can see like villages, custom terrain, wildlife, it does lack flatness and naturally a welcoming feeling. So the first thing we're going to do is mob proof it by placing a mega torch and then just digging out a bunch of this so we can have a blank canvas to start with. I've managed to clean up quite a lot of it, carved some of the cliff away, and I do think this is more than enough space. So the idea is over here, I actually want to do like a cliff face, so it will be almost like with the leaf farm, we'll have the natural cliff over there, and then it looks a bit narrow, but what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring it out so it maybe runs like over here somewhere. That way we have a bigger platform, and basically what's going to happen here is I want to do a waystone so I can travel from here, from anywhere to here, but also I want this to be the area where the visitors spawn in. I'll do like maybe a little bit of a notice board saying, hey, this is where you are, welcome to, and whatever. And then add barrels with basic items like food, jetpack, and stuff like that. And then over here in this area overlooking this view, I want to do maybe the station. But before we can do any of that, I think I should maybe just go and plan this in creative. And then I'm just going to do a really quick montage of me deploying it with a schematic cannon. And just like that, we've got a little platform built, and it's not very big, but it will do. I see there's a block missing over there. So basically, we're going to have people spawn in a certain area, and we'll have the little station on this area over here. But you see, this station is not flat on the ground, and thus it will not be a train or truck. No. Instead, I'm going to take you to a faraway place. And that place, well, that place is this little geode, and this is where it all started. For some of you, you might remember this as my Zetacraft Season 3 base, and for you that don't know, well, I think we should have a little tour. First of all, we lived in this little geode. It was right on the surface, right through those doors. You will see the world, and I just transformed this little geode into my own personal little starter base. So if we head on through to the outside, we come to the outside of it where I had my little farming community. And the big thing about the Zetacraft world is the fact that we played in a void world. So everything is a big void, and we had this little floating island. So this area was my starter base. And if we fly on up here, I started developing what was my big base. And ignore the pinata, that was a prank by Geek and Cold Oatmeal. But I had this idea of doing this floating shattered bridge across this edge, and then it comes out on this side and cantilevers over. And this was just the idea of having this little city on top of this bridge. And I still love this build. I still think it's one amazing build. And the idea was just to add a bunch more farms or a bunch more buildings in this area. And over here we've got our storage room. Let's head on through. Yeah, this is my biggest storage room. This is where I ended up moving into. I've got my cats over here, and the storage room goes right through the mountain, and then you can see the backside of it as well, which is really cool. If we head on back through the we have all these little builds. Here we've got our little bee farm because it has all our bees in. We've used a lot of copper. It took so long to get all these copper blocks. And we have all these towers. We've got these buildings jutting out all over. Like just this build, just this tower. And if we go into the actual bridge, this is where I traded my villagers. And this is also where I aged my copper. So that's really cool. But to bring you guys back to it, this is it. There she is. This airship will be the one that will dock at spawn, and I'll change it up. We don't need a bed. We don't need any of this redstone contraptions. But this airship, this will be the vehicle that transports the passengers from spawn to the different areas. So I'm pretty excited about using this hot air balloon and this whole ship idea. Now I just need to make a schematic of this and duplicate it and then clear it out because it's filled with a sheep farm, and then just glue it all together, and we'll have a fully glued ship, I guess. And then we just need to do the rails. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this over to a creative world, get it all fixed up, and then we'll see if we can find a place to place it in the create world so we can continue with this build. So I'm back here over on the create world, and I managed to get a schematic of this airship built. So let's quickly place it. And the idea is that I've got people spawning in, and I want the airship to sit over here. So if we were to do this, yeah, that looks so awesome. We can just bring it down. I do think I lined that red block up with this block, so we know we need to come down a few, like to here, and then we just need to bring it this way, and then one this way, and that should be it. That should be the position of the airship. It is a bit out, so we're going to have to do some form of pier over here, but I think it could look cool if we have like a little pier, maybe a board that says when it will arrive, and then guests can go on and they can sit on top here. As you can see, I cleared out all of this and I made it all look pretty, and I spent a good hour maybe gluing all of this together, and it took forever. But if we pop this in here now, like into the schematic cannon, and we add the clipboard, let's see, I should have everything. Yeah, we've got all of it. The one thing we don't have is dark prismarine, and we do not have a prismarine farm yet. No, that is maybe coming in the near future. But if we go into JEI and we say dark prismarine, we can click and we can see it's made with ink and a prismarine shards. And a prismarine shard we can actually get by haunting lapis. So, to the main base. So back at main base, and we're going to go to our starter workshop, and if we run up here, I should have some, yeah, I've got some lapis in this little storage, and we don't use a lot, so I'm going to just do all of that. And then if we head on down over here into the basement, we should have everything running. We want the washer and cooker and smelter to run, and if we chuck all of these in here, they should drop down. And there we go. They turned into the different prismarine bits. So we don't need a lot, but now we have some. So I'm going to craft those up. And then once we're done with that, we're going to head on over to the train rail making area. So we have our dark prismarine, and now we could just change that into slabs and stairs for the build, and we're ready to go. But while we're in this area and while we're busy building the airship, I think I need to get rail production underway. And for that, we're going to head on over to this little building over here, which is our little rail factory. And I've been here in the past, I have been zooshing it up and created some little areas of the different items we can need to make the rails happen. And for this one specifically, we're going to be using phantom membranes. You see, between episodes, I created a little makeshift phantom farm, this little one over here, which I will see if I can remember who made the video, who made the farm, and I'll link them in the description. But this is where I've been spending most of my time between episodes. I've been standing in there while AFK, and I've just been killing phantoms. But anyway, so that's how we got the phantom membranes. And the reason we need the phantom membrane, because we're going to make phantom rails. So basically what a phantom rail does is, once you hold it in your hand, you can see yourself place it. And once you remove it from your hand, it turns the rail invisible. But I guess the only way to show you is to actually make them. So let's get that part done. So what we're going to need is we're going to have to take our iron. And we've got 2 drawers with iron nuggets. And we're just going to place one there and one there. That gives that iron. And then how this works is, if I'm not mistaken, I just take the phantom membrane, I place it there. The question is, why is this one not pressing? Okay, wait. Let's just pick this up real quick. If we click phantom, yeah, it's press. Or did they change the recipe? That's pretty weird. I'm not really sure why that's not working. Let me have a look and I'll bring you back. Okay, so I think I managed to figure it out. It is not iron press like the recipe says, but instead it is iron press. And just to make sure that I am reading the recipe correctly, yeah, see, it's phantom membrane, iron press. But that didn't work. You all saw that on camera. So now if I put this down, yeah, see, now it's working. And each phantom membrane gives you about, I think, 32 tracks. So we should be good to go. So while this passively makes the tracks in the background, I think we should head on over to the starting area to spawn and roll a little build montage. So sit back and enjoy. And the airship is done. And it just looks so, so cool in this world. And the reason why I chose to recreate this ship is because I really loved Season 3 in the whole Void world. And I wanted to do more things like this in that world, but I just ran out of time. And, well, to be honest, I started my Create world, this exact world. So this is kind of me bringing that little piece of Zetacraft and a little piece of that survival world into this modded world in the form of our transport system. But enough about that. I think we've spent enough time over here, and let's quickly head on over to the track factory and see how the track production is going. Well, I can see from here that the machine has stopped, and we've made, whoa, a whopping 12,100 phantom train tracks. And just to show you what I meant by disappears, if we click one, no, that one's wrong. Let's just break it. If we place one like that and we link a second, so now we can see it, but as soon as we take the scroller away from it, they all disappear. And that's what I meant by the phantom rail. So we can actually have these run around the sky and you won't be able to see them, thus making it easier for us to build something that looks like it's floating. So I'm going to grab all of these, put them in my bag, and then I'll meet you guys back at spawn. So we're back here at spawn, and now the big work starts. It's the actual laying of the track all the way from here to the first area, which will be our farming area. So if we go over to our map, I'm thinking of starting over here, and then from here running it up like this, and then making it go this way around the mountain, because there's a big mountain over here, and then we cross over the mountain like this. That way we see some new terrain, but also see the village. And then we take it straight down over here, and then over here we make it run past this village, and then maybe across, like along this riverbank, and then all the way up over here. Let's zoom in here, so it will come over here, go up, and then have it turn somewhere over here and go down to here, where it ends up in this position right over there. So that is the general track idea. So just to repeat, it's over, across, around there, and return. And then after we did that, then we'll figure out getting it to all the others, but getting it to the other parts might only happen in a next episode. So now we need to get this airship going, and to do that we're going to have to lay some rails and tracks and stuff. And how we're going to do that is we're going to come back right over here, and along this edge we're going to run a set of tracks. And I know it's very, very close to the ship and it's not directly underneath, but this should work. And if we just go, let's say, a few blocks out, and when we place our first rail, and then we go and place our last rail right over here for now, it should work out perfectly. So that will be the general idea. So we'll have the rails over there, and then our minecart box, our train bogie will be sitting in this position, and then we can add controls for this going that way, and temporarily we're going to do controls in the back as well, so we can ride it back this way until we finish this track, which will do a full loop of this world. But now with this done, we need to place our train station, and the train station works like this. So instead of doing it directly where the bogie is, you go one forward like so, and then we can just place that. And I think I'm going to place it right over here because I don't really want to see it all the time. And that should be that for the train station. And now we can name it, we can do anything, but this should be, in theory, everything we need. We have the track and everything, and the dirt's temporary. But if we now right click and we say create new train, and we take our train casing, we go alt, we're going to say standard, invis, and if we right click right over there, we've got an invisible little train track there, and that should be glued to the already existing train because we glued this part in. I just moved it around because initially it was going to sit on this side. I moved it to this side. And if I were to now grab some glue and just make sure, okay, these aren't glued to it, so let's just do that like so. Everything should be glued together, and let's just add a train station. I'm in train controller, and for train controller we might have to craft one. Let's just see what we need. Control, it's a lever, train casing, and precision mechanism, and we do have enough to make it. So if we place it down there, and now we can push assemble and it should create a train. Okay, so it created a train. The track is invisible. I know that's going to be a bit of a problem, but we'll sort that out. And now if we do this, do we move? We do. Okay, so there's not a lot of train trackage, so we won't be able to go too far, which is fine. But I'm not going to build all of this track on camera. It's going to take forever because we have to do the whole loop-de-loop. So I'm going to see if I can do a little build montage. I'm not going to montage me placing dirt and placing tracks on top. But I'm also going to take that time to decorate this entire area, build some piers, and even build the station in the farming area. So sit back, enjoy another build montage. So a whole lot of crafting, rail placing, and just decorating later, and we finally have a fully decorated spawn area and a working track. This will be the area where people spawn in the first time into this world, and I will do the little notice board on here later on. And once we have the complete track loop, I will do a schedule as well. But for now, this is it. This is spawn, and it's taken quite a while to get here. And if we look over the edges, we can see everything around us. You can then walk in. I just added some basic seats, one at the back and one in front. Those are mainly for drivers, and we've got 5 additional passenger seats. And then just don't fall off the edge, but you can see everything. And if we now take this train and we start to ride it, you will also notice that I did change the track. I flew around the initial area where I thought we were going to go, and it looked okay. It looked nice going around that way, but it wasn't as beautiful as traveling around this side of the mountain. So the boat does look like it's going to hit, but it just barely misses everything here. And it goes past this house. Also another close call. But then we just go over here and we just have this scenic route as we travel along via airship. And now we're slowly approaching the station and in the farming area, and we're slowly coming in, lowering ourselves down to this level right before we stop, and here we can park our little ship, which I took too far, right over here. And if we get out, we have a little station on this side as well, so we can head on down. We can see the whole entire farming area, and we have the station that we then spruced up this little road, added a few trees, and now we're here. Now we are right here at the first stop on this transport loop, the farming area. As it starts to rain, it's time for us to also say bye for now. Thank you for watching, and I do appreciate it. And also down in the comments, let me know what you think of the airship that we brought over from the ZetaCraft server, and also what do you think of Spawn. And remember, like, subscribe, smash that notification bell so you never miss another video, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye for now.